Right. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Dear audience, I, Dr. Samina Nadeem, have the honor to welcome you all from the Department of English, Linguistics and Literature, Riphah International University, Islamabad, on the two-day International Conference on Applied Linguistics. I'm honored uh, among my audience, I clearly see two groups. On the one hand, I am honored by the acceptance of national and international researchers and scholars for their research perspectives, interdisciplinary focus, and insight into contemporary and future research trends. And on the other, is a huge group of students as young researchers who are overawed by expectations from their teachers and their desire to become scholars through the magic of ICAL 2024. Hence, without any delay, we begin our conference with the name of Allah. Three selected verses from Surah Rum will be recited to exemplify the glory of nature for our ecological perceptions. Verses from the Holy Quran. Lazim. We seek blessings of Allah for the success of all our deeds. Ameen. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the national anthem. Dear audience, we begin the inaugural session of ICAL 2024 with the welcome address by Professor Dr. Atiku Zafar Khan, Dean Faculty of Social Sciences and Humanities, Riphah International University, Islamabad. Before joining Riphah University, Dr. Khan has served International Islamic University for 3 decades in various capacities, which include Chairman School of Economics, Chairman School of Islamic Banking, the positions of Director General and President of the Academic Staff Association. His areas of interest include Islamic economics and finance, development economics, and mathematical economics. Many students have been supervised by him for their PhD and MS researches. He is a known scholar in the field of Islamic economics and finance. He has jointly authored a book titled Fundamentals of Islamic Economics and Finance, which is being used as a major textbook in Pakistan and many other Muslim countries. He has earned his BS, MS, and PhD degrees in economics from International Islamic University, Islamabad, and MS Economics from University of Waterloo, Canada. I invite Professor Dr. Atiku Zafar Khan for his welcome address. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, Dr. Samina, for this generous introduction. It is a pleasant duty to welcome you all in this inaugural session in this rainy day in Islamabad. We are having some audience here in this seminar hall, and many audience are joining us online. In this session, we have invited Dr. Muhammad Safir Awan and Dr. Anila Kamal as chief guest and to address the audience in this morning session. And Dr. Shahid Hassan Siddiqui was also expected to be with us, but unfortunately, due to some health issues, he is not among us. I welcome all these renowned scholars that need no introduction. The objective of this conference is to provide a platform to the researchers and scholars to present their applied researches to address the social issues. With the expansion of interdisciplinary research in English language teaching, linguistics, and literature, the conference aims to motivate the researchers from these disciplines to share their applicable findings to how language can be a solution to the prevalent local and global challenges. To achieve this objective, ICAL invited papers on the following broader themes. Among them, AI impact on language and literature, communication in healthcare discourse, conflict, representation and prejudices, eco-linguistics and ecological narratives, emerging trends in translation studies, global perspectives in English language teaching, gender dynamics in socio-cultural transformation, language policy, language, mind, and brain. So you can see that a wide range of topics were introduced, and we received a good number of research papers in all different areas, but due to limitation of time, we have selected only 35% of these papers to be presented in various sessions of this 2 days international conference. The goal of selection process was to choose those abstracts which have practical and applied research value in the field of linguistics and literature. In this conference, we are having scholars from Pakistan, Azerbaijan, Algeria, China, India, Indonesia, Iraq, Jordan, Malaysia, Morocco, Nigeria, Russia, Saudi Arabia, and Singapore. So we are blessed with wide uh, participation from different corners of this globe. And they have confirmed their presence during the conference as well. I would like to say few words about Riphah University as well. As you are aware that Riphah International University is a private university which is working with the aim to establishment of state-of-the-art educational institution with a focus on inculcating Islamic ethical values. And to achieve this objective, we are not only emphasizing on the quality of education, but also university emphasizes on the Tarbiya part as well. And for that purpose, university has a full-fledged Tarbiya department. So we try to blend our latest knowledge, which is available at global level, and also thing is that Islamic values are also tried to be incorporated in our syllabi. And we have developed which is called as RAS model, and we try to incorporate Riphah value in all the contents and syllabi of our courses. And our objective is to build and nurture the personality students who may become towards the completion of their degree a confident person, a continuous learner, active contributor, and responsible citizen. And we hope that all our graduates will be contributing positively towards the development of our beloved country, and wherever they go, they will serve humanity as the graduate of Riphah International University. Department of English, Linguistics and Literature is also part of Riphah community. We are having in general 8 faculties and almost 48 departments where we are offering over 200 both at undergrad level. Department of English, Linguistics and Literature is also one among these departments. This department is growing very fast under the able leadership of Dr. Muhammad Shaban and Dr. Samina Nadeem. And they have a team of young scholars at their support, and they are working hard in different areas. And they have also contributed a lot towards a successful management of this conference. I am personally thankful and grateful to all the members, team members who have contributed for this conference. I am also thankful to various departments of the university who have extended their support to make this conference possible and provided all requirements and facilities which were needed for this conference. With these few words, I would like to thank all the audience and scholars who are with us, and we are expected to benefit from their knowledge and get new ideas in the field. Thank you very much and welcome you all. And we hope that this conference will be a success and it will be beneficial for all the scholars in the field. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, sir, for a very warm welcome to all on this rainy and wintry morning. Ladies and gentlemen, it gives me immense pleasure to introduce our first guest of honor, Professor Dr. Muhammad Safir Awan, Dean, Faculty of Arts and Humanities, National University of Modern Languages, Islamabad. Dr. Awan has earned his PhD in comparative and post colonial literature. With over 3 decades of teaching experience, he has educated and prepared many young minds in the areas of curriculum design, teacher training, and multifaceted research paradigms. Recently, Pakistan Academy of Letters has published his English translation of Mustansar Hussain Tarar's novel Bahao as Sorrows of Saraswati, the Lost River. I invite Professor Dr. Safir Awan for his presentation on the topic Indigenizing Knowledge Production. Over to you, sir.
Assalamu alaikum.
Dr. Safir
Can you hear
Awan.
me, please? Can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Eh,
Yeah, we
Okay,
can hear you.
right. So first of all, thank you very much for inviting me. I don't know who are the various chairs because many of the guests were announced in your conference program. If I don't know if I should also be welcoming Dr. Anis and um, the Vice Chancellor of Women's University, Robert Pindi Women's University. But anyway, I see Dr. Atiku Zafar and my other colleagues, Dr. Shaban. So first of all, I'm grateful for this invitation about a conference of a very significant theme. Recently, we also arranged a conference, and some of those thoughts are at the top of my mind, and I would just be sharing some of those thoughts with you here. Uh, the first point that I would like to make is that in Pakistan, usually culture and its various productions, whether they are literary productions or they are media productions, they are not given much importance. Uh, Therefore, in Pakistan, in the education of arts and humanities, I have initiated this thought that Pakistan's educational managers and generally the state and the society, they must start taking seriously what is called the political economy of culture. The educational manager's foremost concern nowadays is to focus only on various skills for the job market and for, for imbibing and for imparting education that is that is uh, that is more useful in inverted commas. And therefore, we fail to see that how in the rest of the world, culture and its various productions, arts and humanities, the study of languages, um, they are in fact very important and they have come to. Can you hear me? Am I good to go?
Yes, sir, we can
Okay,
hear
yeah,
you.
thank you very much. So I'll just, in one brief paragraph, I will give you an overview of what we are talking about here, or particularly what I'm talking about here. For example, the first thing that comes to my mind is that for the last many decades, since Higher Education Commission was established in 2000 and the universities started PhD programs, since that time, the post-colonial academia in Pakistan, um, it has been raising a lot of commotion. And it's not only particular to Pakistan, but in many former colonies the world over. they have been raising a lot of commotion about how the 19th century imperial apparatus and imperial project, and then in more recent times, globalization have been working systematically to turn the world into a global village. But we see that in this global village, there are no colors and no qualities of a village. So, what are those colors and qualities? They are shared values of humanity, of empathy, justice, and participatory democracy. Uh, the second important unfortunate outcome is that the local has been sacrificed, whether they are local languages, local narratives, local, literatures, local voices. They have been sacrificed um, at the altar of globalization. So as a consequence, we have become poorer culturally as well as economically. The link between culture and economy should be one of the most important themes of many conferences, and the scholars in Pakistan should focus on this link. How I, theorize this link, or I have been talking about this link wherever I go in Pakistan, all across the provinces. This is something that I want to share. Uh, Second point is that in our times, the world has been moving towards digitalization, uh, deglobalization, and decarbonization, as all of you scholars very well understand, and you know these things very well. And one of your sub themes of the conference is digitalization and the uses and abuses of AI and so on. But my talking point today is just one of them, that is deglobalization, and how we should move towards indigenization. Indigenization should be promoted, how it can be promoted. I mean, just talking about the importance of indigenization and to challenge deglobalization in theory, that is not enough. We have been doing this a lot, and there are many, many strong voices against the globalization of culture, for example, and how the powerful nations, they are earning and they are becoming richer and richer because of this process of globalization of everything, whether it is the currency, whether it is culture, whether it is literatures. For example, their writers are instantly translated into so many different languages and they are made available all across the globe. So, your conference, I think, and generally I say that the academia in Pakistan, particularly those working in arts, humanities, and social sciences, they must assert the political economy and its crucial link with the promotion of local cultures, indigenous arts and humanities, and the study of languages. And in this regard, I want to pose a few questions to those who are listening to me this morning. For example, the first question is that do we ever wonder how Shakespeare and Jane Austen are still serving their nation long after their death? Do we ever wonder how Harry Potter has become a multi-billion-dollar industry? Do we ever think about the economic link between writers and film producers, dramatists, painters, and advertising industry? Are we aware of how much capital is made by Hollywood, Bollywood, and various other variations of Bollywood like Collywood and Tollywood, while our own Bollywood, as you know, is lost in the woods? So what is their impact on the cultural diplomacy? The irony is that, for example, the Pakistanis, we have got the bomb, or which I call the ultimate bomb, but still we are neither feared nor respected in the world because we have no cultural footprints in the world. We keep talking about our languages, about our indigenous literatures to ourselves. We are in not dialogue with the world through literary translations, for example, or by making good films. We are only the importers of other cultures. We have been doing this from India, and now we are, doing this, for example, from Turkey, and Hollywood is always a constant presence in our cultural sphere. So we have, I think that we need to start thinking on these lines, and therefore I want to draw the attention of my Urdu colleagues from across Pakistan that without a vibrant cultural production, there will be, no productive and impactful um, presence of our people and their cultures, their languages in the world. So we need to turn our attention to storytelling. For example, in drama, in film, in literature, we have impressive cultural capital, which is hidden, unfortunately, in our local languages and their art and in their narratives. And only translations can help put them into the global limelight. How many novels and stories of, for example, the poor countries from Latin America and India have been turned into blockbuster movies, bringing business and prosperity for writers, creative content writers, film directors, digital art designers, and designers. So I think that it's time that we stop crying about marginalization and identity politics. We have been talking too much about identity games, but only in theory and only in our talks. And unfortunately, some of our institutions and what I call our literary establishment, which, arranges these various festivals of literature all across Pakistan, they are kind of immune to this thinking that I'm trying to assert here. They just, their actions are like smiling in the dark. So we just praise each other. Oh, we did that. Somebody has published a novel, or somebody has made a film of local impact only. So time is here for cultural assertion in the world. And I assure the young minds here who are listening that the world is waiting to hear your stories, provided you learn how to tell them in beautiful words, in stunning pictures and movies. We have written too many theses, for example, in departments of English all across Pakistan about cultural and identitarian politics. But have we succeeded in creating a niche for our culture and our, material reality in the world? This is the sole aim and objective um, uh, of, of my talk, and I think that the organizers of this conference may, pay some attention to this. So various acts of, reclaiming are required. Various acts of reclaiming, reformulating, and reconstituting indigenous cultures and languages, which require, not only writing, which not only require the mounting of only require these various thesis writing projects, but an ambitious research program, one that is very strategic in its purpose and activities, and relentless in its pursuit of social and economic justice. Uh, Another thing that I want to draw your attention to is to broadcast indigenous cultures and globalize local myths and folk wisdom and celebrate poets and writers in their native languages. So that is how we can liberate ourselves from the Western hegemony and reclaim authority over indigenous ways of knowing and ways of uh, being. Uh, in our times, which are marked by interconnected challenges and diverse perspectives, it's crucial for us to see where we stand in terms of knowledge production in a world fast disengaging itself from the colonial legacies. Uh, for organizing, such conferences can also engender indigenous research initiatives and localized approaches to theory and practice, and simultaneously globalize Pakistani languages, literatures, and narratives through translations and local methodologies. Some important work is required to theorize indigenous issues at the level of ideas, policy analysis, and critical debate, and setting out in writing indigenous spiritual and moral beliefs and worldviews which are hidden from the world. We have a very, hard kind of image in the world. We need to promote our soft image also through our narratives. For example, an indigenous feminist theory that may address the issues of Muslim as well as non-Muslim Pakistani women by challenging not only the religious orthodoxy here, but also the white feminism of Euro-American origins. We need to, do both of these things in order to create our own indigenous theories. So this is just one area where we can, think of working, and at least where I had have the opportunity to play this role, I have been playing this role through curriculum reformations, curricular reforms, critical curriculum, and decolonizing our curriculum, and also in hammering out various kind of research projects to our research students. I have been playing this role. So I, kind of call upon the HSC and various state institutions like this National Language Authority, National Language Promotion, is it Bureau or Authority? I don't know. And also Pakistan Academy of Letters, various ministries of education, and and these information, ministries of culture, they need to listen to what we say, and we actually need to approach them, and instead of just merely uh, this nashistan guftan barkhastan, we should come up with vital and solid um, recommendations from such symposia and from such talks that we do. And this is the only way to uh, lead the way. Uh, I would very much like to share some of the recommendations for your conference and writing also. And if you remain in contact with me during and after the conference, I will be in a better position to put some of uh, these thoughts on paper and share them with you, so that your university may also, come up with strong recommendations to various state institutions and to other educational institutions in higher learning in Pakistan. Once again, I am thankful to all of you for your presence and for listening to my brief remarks. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for your deliberations on the significance of political economy of culture, along with the basic skills for the job market at the level of a university. A vibrant cultural production to be shown through storytelling has become the need of the hour. The young minds need to know how to tell these and be indigenized. Thank you very much for your message, sir.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to introduce Professor Dr. Anis Ahmed, Vice Chancellor, Riphah International University, who is a social scientist of international repute and founding Vice Chancellor of Riphah International University. He has held numerous academic leadership positions, both nationally and internationally. He also had the privileged appointment of being Chairman National Rahmatullah Alameen Authority in March 2022, appointed by the Prime Minister of Pakistan. As a social scientist, emeritus professor, Dr. Anis Ahmed specializes in Islamic thought and jurisprudence, comparative ethics, and religion. Numerous research papers and articles have been published by him on socio-political and educational issues, including the Oxford Encyclopedia of Islamic World, New York and London, Encyclopedia of Islamic Economics, London, and Encyclopedia of Islam, Turkey, the Muslim World Book Review, Leicester. His latest books include Jinnah's Islamic Vision of Pakistan, Al-Fatiha, a thematic study, Issues in Islamic Society and State, and Gender, Law, and Society in Islam. Dear listeners, we present before you the message of Professor Dr. Anis Ahmed.
It's a pleasure and honor to welcome distinguished guests from Pakistan and overseas, and I'm glad to see that at least from over 14 friendly countries we have participation. We have people participating from Morocco, from Nigeria, from Russia, from Saudi Arabia, Indonesia, Iraq, Jordan, Malaysia, and Singapore, and other parts. And at the same time, we have participation from universities all over the country. The topic you have selected that relates with linguistics invites people to think, what is the role of language and linguistics in development of culture? I believe linguistic studies owe a lot to this continent. Although English speaks for a region, a territory that is known as England. But linguistics was born not in England, not in America, but in Calcutta. Go and read history and you will find that first attempt to define what is linguistics and what its role was done in Calcutta. Then, what is its scope? Linguistics relates not only with what is language, but what is culture, what is society, what are norms and values, how a language becomes communicative of a culture and values, or is it a child of culture? From E.B. Tyler till most modern sociologists and social linguistics, there are theories offered and people subscribe to those theories. I believe all these terms like culture, society, development, these have to be re-examined and revisited. We have lived for over 2 centuries under borrowed ideas, borrowed concepts, and imported meanings. English language has a strange link with us. It's a relationship of love and hate. Every second family in Pakistan loves their child to talk in good English. Those who are influenced by British accent, they want their child to say schedule. Those who love American accent, they want to see their child say schedule. And when they see these outcomes, they feel very happy. And both are enslaved. Both live in a culture which is borrowed, not their own culture. Because every language brings a vocabulary, and that vocabulary speaks about their social behavior. When someone invites someone and says, let's have dinner together, then a person who only knows English by reading books may think dinner means maybe 7 p.m., 6 p.m., 8 p.m. they will meet somewhere and have food. But if this person is in America, it means lunch, not evening. If someone says, let's go for supper, then common understanding is that it's going to be an evening food, but supper is not just a word. Supper means when Sayyidina Jesus was having food with his fellows and then he was going to disappear. It has an etymology, it has a history. Every single word of English language is loaded with culture, values and history. That means I love to see my students and teachers use best English language in their discourses, in their writings. But I will not like to see them mentally slave to a culture. English language should not continue to colonize us, but we need to decolonize English language. Analyze those concepts, share those with students, and let them understand their own culture while you are having a discourse in English. That's not an easy task. It requires thorough understanding of what's the meaning of culture, what's Pakistan, what's meaning of Anglicization, and what kind of behavioral impact it will make. Therefore, I believe those who deal with linguistics and those who disseminate to their students what is form criticism, what is detection criticism, what is lyric criticism, how you analyze content, how you want to redaction criticism, and so on and so forth. All these aspects which are very technical, they need to be tackled with not only borrowed material from that discipline. Redaction criticism, if taught by a British teacher or one with British mind, or form criticism by someone who has been trained in France, or literary by someone who has been trained in UCLA or McGill University or somewhere else, is not going to be an objective dissemination of that knowledge. I think you have a big responsibility to teach language and literature and linguistics, but let students come out and let teachers come out of that intellectual colonialism which has been embedded in language and which has been absorbed and synergized in the thinking processes, in feelings, in expression of feelings, in literary writings, in novel, in poetry, in everything in English language in Pakistan. Nepal and many others try to liberate themselves from their English background, but I doubt how much they succeed. I just took one name randomly, a man of high standing in English literature and language. So I hope that our participants of the conference will look on issues critically, out of the box, and at the same time try to understand values are not local. Culture is not something indigenous, but Islamic culture, which we stand for, is based on universal values, and these values need to impact on teaching of English language, German, French, any language. Unless we convey our values in that teaching, it is deficient and we are promoting colonization. What we need to do is do full justice to that language, its history, its literature, its contribution, but at the same time use that language as medium of communication for a different set of values, a different concept of a worldview, a different concept of life. When we say comfortable life, what does it mean? Does comfort mean a 5-acre villa with swimming pool, with Ferrari, with BMW? Or it means even a small home, but with peace of mind, peace of soul, with creativity, with love and compassion, with sacrifice, with contribution for society. Therefore, language has to become the vehicle of our values, our culture, and not the so-called Eastern culture, Western culture, or any other culture. If that is done, then we can create a tradition in linguistics which will be not only cherished in this part of the world, but others will come to learn from us. I want to see our Department of Language and Literature as a leader in linguistics and not just a follower of what is done in Brisbane or what is done in Chicago or what's done in Oxford and Cambridge and Princeton. All these borrowed ideas need to be reviewed, revisited, and our own contribution need to be made. I have my best prayers for success of the conference. I hope you will have many fruitful discussions, debates, and disagreements, and ultimately it will lead us to a better understanding of English language and culture. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for analyzing the importance of linguistics in our own region and culture. We need to come out of borrowed ideas and enslaved behavior. The students should not be colonized anymore. They need to maintain the culture even though in English discourse, a medium of language for different concepts of life without borrowed ideas. Thank you very much, sir. Dear, I feel privileged to introduce the chief guest of our inaugural session, Professor Dr. Anila Kamal, Vice Chancellor, Rawalpindi Women University, Rawalpindi. Dr. Kamal is a tenure-track professor of psychology who has earned her postdoctoral fellowship from the College of New Jersey, USA. Her scholarly contributions enlighten us on issues dealing with gender, especially out-of-school female, impact of influx of refugees on Pakistani women in conflict zones, domestic violence, sexual harassment, and a long list of various projects. I invite Professor Dr. Anila Kamal for her presentation on the topic, exploring the impact of AI on learning and assessment. Over to you, madam.
Okay. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Professor Dr. Anis Ahmed, Professor Dr. Safir Awan, distinguished guests, faculty, and students, Assalamu alaikum, and a very good morning. Firstly, let me congratulate you all for the commencement of this beautiful event. I'm honored to be invited here. Since I'm not an expert of the English linguistics, so I tried to, select a topic that would be of interest of the students of English linguistics, and that is the common interest of, I think, every student these days. That is artificial intelligence revolutionizing education. Let me do the screen sharing of my presentation. Okay, thank you. Okay, the topic that I have selected is artificial intelligence revolutionizing education. and exploring the impact of AI on learning and assessment. What exactly is the generative AI? Generative AI can generate new content such as text, images, audio, and video that resembles what humans can produce. It is effective at recognizing patterns in video, audio, text, or images, and emulating them when tasked with producing something. So my presentation, the overview of my presentation is to recognize how the appropriate use of generative AI tools can enhance teaching and learning outcomes. To understand the safe, responsible, and ethical use of generative AI tools, and to understand that generative AI tools are used in ways that are fair, accessible, and inclusive. So first, what exactly is the artificial intelligence in education? We use these to revolutionizing learning. And the first is the efficient resource allocation. AI optimize educational resources and content delivery to improve learning outcomes. And then data-driven decision making. AI enable educators to make data-informed decision for curricular development and the student support. Third one is the enhanced learning experience. AI provides personalized and adapted learning experiences tailored to individual student needs. And the advantages, what are the advantages of using AI in education? It is like transforming the learning landscape. First is the personalized learning part. AI tailors learning part based on individual student strengths, weaknesses, and learning pace. It gives you the real-time feedback, instant feedback to students, promoting continuous improvement and engagement. And the third one is the predictive analytics. AI predicts student performance and identifies areas needing attention, enabling proactive intervention. So AI-enabled learning management system also. And it is like, empowering the educational platform. The first point is the content personalization. AI customize learning content and pathways to meet individual student needs and preferences. Automative administrative tasks. AI automates grading, scheduling, and administrative processes, freeing up educators' time. And the third one is the learning analytics. AI generate insight into students' progress, engagement, and performance for informed decision making. So let me elaborate what is the personalized learning with AI. It is like tailoring education to every student's need. So adaptive content delivery, AI adjusts the pace and difficulty of learning materials based on individual student performance and understanding. Learning style recognition, AI helps you to identify students' learning preferences and adapt content delivery to suit diverse learning styles and individualized support. AI provides targeted assistance and additional resources to address specific student learning needs. Now, AI-based adaptive assessments. So how can we assess through the AI? It is like tailoring the assessment experiences. The first step is the dynamic questioning. AI adjusts assessment question based on students' responses, providing a personalized learning experience. It also do the cognitive skill evaluation. It assesses high-order thinking skills and problem-solving ability through adaptive assessment. And also, it helps us in individual progress tracking. as it monitors students' progress in real time, adapting assessment to their current skill levels. So what are the potential challenges and limitations of AI in education? So it is, I'm trying to navigate the complexities of AI integration. The first and the most important is the ethical concerns. AI raises ethical issues related to data privacy, algorithmic biases, and decision-making transparency. Technology-dependent AI may lead to reduced critical thinking and problem-solving skills among students. It is just like that now after the invention of this cell phone and having telephone numbers on the cell phone, we forget to remember the telephone number. So what threat is that they might reduce the critical thinking and the problem-solving skills of the students. If we do not use our brain, we know the scientists said that it stopped working. So the third one is educator training needs, and in AI integration require extensive training for educators to effectively use AI tools and platforms. Now let me elaborate the ethical consideration in AI-enabled education. So data privacy protection, ensuring strict data privacy measures to safeguard students' information and prevent misuse. So through the help of AI, we can even do this thing. Equitable access, ensuring equitable access to AI-enabled education for all students, regardless of socioeconomic factors. And then the algorithmic transparency, maintaining transparency in AI algorithms and decision-making process to build trust and accountability. Okay, now the AI in students' assessment. It is like transforming the assessment paradigm. First is the automatic grading. AI automates the grading of objective assessment, saving time and standardizing evaluation. Performance analysis, AI analyze students' performance data to identify trends and areas of improvement, and the continuous evaluation. AI enable ongoing assessment and feedback, fostering a culture of continuous improvement. So what is the future of AI in education? It is like unleashing the potential of AI in learning, which we cannot avoid. So AI-powered personal tutoring, advancement in AI will enable personalized on-demand tutoring and mentorship for students. Lifelong learning support, AI will facilitate continuous skill development and learning across various stages of life and career. And then the augmenting reality learning. AI will integrate augmented reality to create immersive and interactive learning environment. So what is the role of universities in generative AI education? It is like driving AI integration in academic settings. So first is the research and development. So conducting studies to explore the impact and potential of generative AI in education, then partnership with industry, collaborating with AI in companies to implement AI solutions and gain access to cutting-edge technology. Pedagogical adaptation, adapting teaching methodologies to effectively integrate AI tools and personalize learning approaches. Curriculum integration, incorporating AI-related courses and into academic programs to prepare for the AI-driven future. Personalized feedback, leveraging AI to provide personalized feedback and assessment for students at scale. Professional development, offering training programs to help students effectively utilize AI tool in their teaching practices. And then the ethical implication, addressing concerns related to data privacy, bias, and the ethical use of AI in education. So to conclude, I would suggest that we cannot avoid it. This is what is happening among the teachers, among the academic faculty, because most of us think that it is like damaging the education, but it is not. So it is better to embrace the future of education by harnessing the potential of AI for enhanced learning experiences and assessments. So that's all from my side. Thank you once again to the Madam Samina Nadeem for inviting me, Dr. Anis Ahmed for inviting me, and thanks to all the listening for your patient listening. Thank you.
Thank you very much, madam, for your insight of artificial intelligence from the psychological perspective. The time has come for the promotion of personalized learning, complexities related to ethical concerns, and leading on to performance through analysis and continuous evaluation. Thank you very much, madam. We have some time for question answer, and I see some responses coming in the chat box from the students. So my first question is going to be from Dr. Safir Awan. Sir, if you show your availability.
Yeah, he's there.
Okay, he's online. The question is that how could we, being as the students, play our part in promoting our own indigenous writing?
Thank you very much. This has been the theme, as I said, for the last, I may say, 3 years of my various talks all across Pakistan in different universities and from our own platform at NAML and other sister universities in the Twin Cities. And I have been trying to urge and inspire our students in particular who feel sort of, unanchored in the face of many challenges in employability. And therefore, I prepared a formal talk and a presentation about the various sorts of employment opportunities
Yeah.
and career choices which are said, which are possible. One of them, as I said, that for our cultural assertion, this the translation industry should be taken as an industry, and the various degree programs which are being offered in Pakistan, such as BS in translation and interpretation, they need to be linked with the needs of the industry, and they should come up with not only theoretical research about the problems of translation, for example, but actually the students should be prepared how to go about translations of our own cultural products and send them to the world. When I go to the bookshops in Islamabad and in Lahore or Karachi, I see that literatures of almost all nations are available from, I mean, even I have seen that Turkish writers, classical Turkish writers like Yashar Kamal and, Nazim Hikmat, to these modern Turkish writers, Orhan Pamuk, etc. They are also available in translations. And also, these Latin Americans like Paulo Coelho and Marquez, and all of them are being translated into our local languages, particularly Urdu. So why not our literature? Why don't we do this? So students should be shown the way that They should prepare themselves in terms of becoming bilingual. Bilingually, they should be so proficient, for example, from Urdu to English, particularly. We need to work in this area, and our students should also think about projects, and our institutions should encourage them. The second important area is script writing. Our cinema and our drama, TV drama, they have declined so much that we are on the receiving end of cultural products from all across the world. So where is our drama, which was known throughout the world? There was a time that PTV, as all of us know, we used to praise our drama a lot, and the world used to praise it a lot. So why don't we write those kind of scripts now, which may, become a global phenomena, and our films may become also blockbusters. Even, small nations have such grand cultural impact in the world. Look at the Iranian cinema. So, and India has, Indian cinema has a lot of contribution in their cultural diplomacy. Don't we wonder that why their cinema and their films are shown in all Arab states in the Gulf? So where are we? It's because we don't have the good writers. We are entangled in these useless, debates between linguistics and literature. We need to prepare our students, irrespective of their major, um, in writing good scripts and come up with good uh, stories. And the third thing that our students can do is to explore possibilities of content writing. Every semester, a lot of students in my university, they come to me as dean and earlier as pro-rector and ask for classes to gain experience for teaching. So what are we doing? We are teaching English, and then we are producing teachers of English only. I mean, is this the only use of English language or other languages that we learn? So our students need guidance. And it's the responsibility of the HODs and the deans and the heads of the institutions not to ignore the impact and the importance of culture, languages, our native narratives, stories. I can quote many examples, but since this is just a question and I can't start another lecture on this, but I have many examples in my mind where our local stories, which are hidden in the valleys of North Pakistan, in the deserts of South Punjab and in Sindh, they should be foregrounded. They should be made visible to the world, and in this, our students should be guided. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Your passion definitely has motivated our students towards storytelling, script writing, and I assure you very soon, I think this is going to facilitate the teachers at our end, and especially content writing as well. Thank you very much, sir. I have one question for Dr. Anila, and this goes like, how AI technologies be leveraged to foster collaboration and peer learning among the students in both online and traditional classroom. Dr. Anila, please. Mm. Yes.
Madam, kindly, please, can you repeat the question?
Ma'am, it is that how AI technologies be leveraged to foster collaboration and peer learning among the students in both online and traditional classrooms.
It is no doubt, it helps in the fostering of the traditional learning and peer support. You can do the peer support. You can have a combined assignments. You can do a lot of, combined things like combined studies, but that is more like, in the online system, but it can foster, it can help you in your traditional classroom teaching also.
Ma'am, just one more, because students at the end of everything say they need confidence. So taking help from your this psychology and background and everything. So AI can definitely, you have talked about personalized way of learning and accepting it as a part of their own system, whatever system they are in. But if you could further elaborate that.
I would suggest, because the fraternity of the academicians thinks that AI is not good for the students. And, if we do not know it in detail, that is what everybody would think. But AI will help students in getting more knowledge in limited time, and how to use AI, again, it needs some skills, and they should be able to, if, we know that like GTP, one can make assignments and things like this, but you assessments can be big, but do the students understand those things? This is how the academicians should learn how to assess these kind of assessments. So I think the more based on the assignment, it's better to be like oral, you can do the oral assessments within these. So there's a number of ways how to handle these things, but it's very difficult to elaborate right now because of the time constraint, but no doubt I would suggest every student and the academician to start learning about it, and the details are available all over the internet.
Thank you very much, Madam. Dr. Safira Wan and Dr. Anila Kamal. You have really set the pace for our conference. And now, dear audience, for closing remarks, I have the honor to introduce Dr. Professor Muhammad Shaban Rafi, Head of English Linguistics and Literature, Riphah International University, Islamabad. Dr. Shaban has acquired research and teaching experience from several prestigious institutions, including the University of California, Santa Barbara, USA, Cardiff University, UK, National University of Singapore, George Mason University, USA, University of Management and Technology, Lahore, and Riphah International University, Islamabad. His interdisciplinary research on finding solutions to contemporary societal issues through the lens of language. He has published his papers with notable publishers such as Sage, Elsewhere, Wiley, Routledge, and Springer. He is a firm believer in promoting social cohesion by dynamically utilizing multiple languages and cultures in a classroom setting to improve learning outcomes. Over to you, sir.
Thank you so much, Dr. Samina, and dear participants and presenters. I feel honored to have a chance to talk about what is in my head. And when I was listening to Dr. Sfirevan, Dr. Anila, Dr. Anis Ahmed, and I was trying to connect with a pivot of indigenizing culture and languages. That reminds me something that this is what we do at the Department of English Linguistics and Literature, Riphah International University. And with this quote, useless debate of linguistics and literature, and by Dr. Safira Wan, and unquote, in Pakistan, two disciplines, English literature and linguistics, stand side by but seemingly compete for supremacy. Well, I understand this competition, however, appears to me more sentimental than rational. We need to go beyond these boundaries now. At our Department of English, we take a different approach. we synthesize these disciplines to carve out our unique space in applied research. Applied linguistics encourages interdisciplinary exploration, allowing us to view societal challenges through the lens of language. As Dr. Atiq Udzafar has rightly pointed out in his introduction, that we try to resolve or suggest solution to local and global challenges through the lens of language. ICAL 24 represent a significant stride towards this objective. Ladies and gentlemen, this conference aims to create a platform where researchers from diverse regions can show their exciting research findings across various themes. And it is a space for intellectual exchange and collaboration, fostering new ideas and perspectives. And we highly encourage participants to connect with our presenters, those who have shared great ideas. And as Dr. Safir Awan has volunteered to connect with the participants, I would like you to take the opportunity and to capitalize on this. So while reading their abstract, I have observed how these researchers skillfully transform intangible ideas into tangible expressions of ecological, psychological, and social constructs using a variety of methods and approaches, which are in many ways indigenous. And applied linguistics wields significant influence over language teaching and application of linguistic properties to address various challenges faced by humanity. Works of linguistics and literature that illuminate social injustice, their impediments, and strategies to overcome them are often highly regarded. As Dr. Safir has rightly mentioned, and some of my other colleagues did emphasize on this point as well. At the Department of English at Riphah International University, we engage our students in top-tier teaching and research pursuits. Since we have BS English, MPhil English, Linguistics and Literature, and as well as a PhD program. So one promising avenue is to foster collaborative interdisciplinary studies, which not only empower them to publish in reputable journals, but also enhance their employability beyond teaching industry. And in the discipline of applied linguistics, it has become crucial for English departments. When I say English department, across the country and beyond Pakistani discourse, to equip students with practical, skill-based knowledge that can open door to freelancing, non or semi-academic industries, not only just teaching. The teaching job, unfortunately, are nearing saturation, largely due to an imbalance between supply and demand. The recent decline in admissions in Pakistani universities serves as an indicator of potential unemployment within the teaching industry. This increasing unemployment rate may be fairly linked to a lack of skill-based courses teaching in Pakistani universities. On the other hand, these institutions are unfortunately busy in the rat race of QS and Times higher education ranking, often at the expense of curricular activities, I should say useful curricular activities that align them with global standards. Ladies and gentlemen, at the Department of English, Riphah International University, we offer a range of skill and lab-based courses, including forensic linguistics, translation studies, and natural language processing. Additionally, students with an interest in literature have the opportunity to delve into the production and performance of their knowledge, as Dr. Safir rightly mentioned. They can create short film, documentaries, dub them, script writing, and even develop subtitling in local languages, thereby promoting their own creative enterprise through different digital venues which are available. As educators, it is important that we continually evaluate our curriculum, assessment tools, and teaching methods in the light of emerging trends and practices. The advent of open AI, as Dr. Anila rightly mentioned, has presented both challenges and opportunities for higher education. We must harness this technological advancement for the betterment of the humanities. However, it is important to acknowledge that since the public introduction of open AI, services such as editing, proofreading, creative writing have become nearly obsolete, leading to a decline in employment opportunities. These shifts compel us as teacher, supervisor, administrators to adapt our curriculum to this rapidly evolving landscape. Ladies and gentlemen, it is important to mention that the Department of English at Riphah International University, in collaboration with University of California, Santa Barbara, is working on the Springer Handbook of Artificial Intelligence, Writing, Ethics, and Regulation in Higher Education. Soon we intend to make a public debut of this project. Well, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to my esteemed colleagues, Professor Dr. Neela Kamal, Vice Chancellor of Rawalpindi Women University, and Dr. Safir Awan, Dean of the Faculty of Arts and Humanities at the National University of Modern Languages, Islamabad. Their insights have been truly enlightening. I'm confident that our participants have gleaned valuable knowledge from their unique perspectives as we engage with presentations by both national and international speakers today and tomorrow. I encourage everyone to explore collaborative opportunities for research and publication. Please feel free to connect with national and international speakers for collaborative projects. Please do not take these words just as traditional or ceremonial. So we mean it. So let's make most of this conference. Thank you, and may the conference be a resounding success, inshallah.
Thank you very much, sir, for your in-depth closing remarks, which sum up the spirit of ICAL 2024. Dear audience, with this, we conclude our inaugural session with the scene set for further ongoing sessions. I announce a tea break and will connect back at 11 sharp. Dear students, remember, time punctuality is the hallmark of Riphah values. We will see each other again at 11 sharp. Thank you, everyone.
ठीक है जी, सॉल्व।
Two minutes are left.
We should wait for
2 minutes.
11. We should wait for 2.
Bismillah ar-Rahman. Assalamu alaikum. I, Dr. Awais bin Wasi, welcome you all to the first session of the conference. We have 7 presentations in this first session of the conference. And the session would be chaired by Professor Dr. Ghulam Ali Bariro. And we have 1 hour and 45 minutes allocated for this session. Ladies and gentlemen, our first keynote speaker is Professor Dr. Ghulam Ali Bariro, a senior academic associated with the University of Sindh, Jamshoro, Pakistan. I invite Professor Dr. Bariro to speak on the topic Redefining Learning, Bracing Learners for the Future Needs and Challenges. Over to you, sir. Dr. Bariro, for the presentation, please. Dr. Bariro, sir, are you with us? Okay, Dr. Bariro, sir. Our second keynote speaker is Dr. Muntazir Mehdi from the National University of Modern Languages, Islamabad. His topic is the concept of destruction deconstructed, an eco-critical study of the novel Hatchet. I invite Dr. Muntazir Mehdi to speak on the subject, please. Over to you, Dr. Mehdi.
Thank you so much, Dr. Wasi. I'm happy to be part of the conference. I wish, or I wonder if I can share my screen. Yes, I think it's possible. Is it visible?
Very much.
Oh, thank you so much. Okay, thank you so much, the conference organizers. So first of all, I'm thankful to Dr. Shaban for organizing such a wonderful conference once again, and all other organizers, dear participants, panelists from Pakistan and from outside Pakistan. Good morning and Assalamu alaikum. The topic basically for this conference that I selected, it is very important. Particularly, this topic is going to provide some kind of insight to the new researchers, the scholars, and all those who want to write articles. I would just like to give a brief why actually I selected this topic. I mean, the concept of destruction deconstructed. Basically, in Pakistan and other parts of the world, mostly the researches which are carried out, they are deductive. They are not inductive. Now, deductive researches are that usually we take a theory while mentioning a theoretical framework, and then we are trying to prove that this theoretical framework is true. Actually, whenever we are conducting researches, either we prove the theoretical framework as true, either we modify it, or we extend that framework, or maybe at times we might reject that framework as far as our own settings are concerned, our own research settings are concerned, our own social and cultural or academic settings are concerned. So basically, one important aspect as far as eco-criticism is concerned, it actually is that how we are destructing nature. For example, in our villages, we are cutting trees for fire and making tissue papers, so on and so forth. Like our life is very much connected to this ecological aspect that we have. So basically, every time we can't say that there is destruction. Sometimes it may not be destruction. So a novel, Hatchet, is a representation of the same. So I, with the help of my co-author, we basically tried to work on it. So I would just like to present that in front of all of you. That how we have tried to tell that all the time, it is not the destruction of nature, but at times it is the construction of humanity also. So when you are constructing something, you are definitely destructing something. So that destructing something is not actually destruction. So anyhow, now, in this article, I would like to talk about like the following. First of all, I'll give a brief view of the novel, like what actually this novel is. Then the introduction of the topic, why this topic has been selected and how text is selected, what methodology and framework was taken on, and analysis, and then conclusion we'll be talking about. Now, actually, the novel Hatchet, basically it revolves around a boy, a young boy, Brian, who was, after having met his parents, was coming back. He was in the plane and the plane got crashed. And the boy, fell down somewhere in a jungle, and he started living in that jungle for quite some time, for nearly 2 months. Are my slides visible?
Yes, they are.
Dr. Mehndi, I wonder if you can do slideshow. Thank you.
I have basically, am I on the second slide or it is still the first one?
No. Your slides are moving, but you are not on a slideshow.
Okay.
You can do slideshow. One way can be F5, Control F5.
Yes, I hope it's done.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thanks. So staying there for in that jungle, in that forest for quite some time, he gets used to that, nature around him. Of course, while being in the jungle, he was not himself. He was quite scared. But then later on, he gets used to that and starts living there and starts surviving over there. Now, basically, he started, feeling kind of a symbiotic connection. I have just mentioned it here, what actually symbiotic connection is. Like when you are having kind of a close and long-term biological interaction between two biological organisms of different species. So he also becomes a part of that. Now, after 45 days, he is rescued, but he still, tries to remember all that. Now, this is, of course, all the whole story that we can say about the novel. So now, introduction. Why actually this topic has been taken? I mean, first of all, this article is kind of a critique on the prevailing narratives. And the articles and the theses I went by, most of them, all of them, I mean, all the writers, all the authors and the researchers, they agreed to what this theory says, that, for example, we are using fire in another areas. Now, if you are not cutting the trees, the humans are dying. And if you cut the trees, definitely then you can provide life to human beings. So in this way, we can't say that this is destruction. So first point was that we took this novel and this aspect of research, that we need to go for some kind of critique on the prevalent narratives in society, in our academic society that we are talking about. Secondly, this research also tries to challenge some kind of notion regarding, this human nature and this symbiotic relationship. And thirdly, eco-criticism at its scope, for example, like despite the variation in its nature, ecological criticism shares basic premises that human culture is interconnected with its physical world, and it's also impacted by it. Like, they're very much close. Humans and this environment, they can't live in solitude. Rather, they live in close connection. So that is why I have used this symbiotic relationship or symbiosis. Now, in this novel, it basically has different types of themes and novels. So one of the aspects that we could talk about is this eco-critical aspect. So, like, it is one of the greatest novels which are related to the survival of humans. So there was some kind of room for research in this novel as far as the series is concerned. And it is also, this aspect is also the representative concept of symbiotic relationship, like how human beings and the environment, they live together. Now, as far as the literature review is concerned, I mean, there are quite a few studies that have been mentioned here, but 3-4 I would just like to mention, like about Mishra, for example, quoting Arundhati Roy's God of Small Things, where it has been mentioned that it's kind of the portrayal of the exploitation of nature by human beings in the same way. For example, we are trying to modernize our world. So in order to make the world modernized, technologically advanced, so on and so forth, we are destructing nature. So one aspect that was mentioned by Mishra. The second one, according to Cronin, when he talks about the Ruskin's bond. So this also basically talks about the same one, that humans, perhaps they are trying to destruct this this natural world. And this eco-critical aspect, along with this, gender aspect, these two aspects are basically two of those top aspects in the world right now. And there are a lot of, work going on in different schools, colleges, and universities. Even in Pakistan, the term Green Pakistan is there, where students are writing how we can make this country green. So then, as far as Kumar is concerned, I mean, I really like the ecocide in Toni Morrison's Beloved That Beloved. So it also talks about the same, like the consequences of human greed and exploitation. Like there are certain narratives we talk about that by using nature, or humans, they want to get, more and more advanced in this world. But at the same time, we need to take care of the nature and the natural aspects in the universe in order to keep humans live smoothly, having all the facilities of life. And this is what can make them quite healthy in this one. Anyhow, in the little landscape, the portrayal of the stark and desolate environment, it also talks about the same. I mean, the same aspect about the environment, human interaction. Like they're often depicted as agents of environmental destruction. So there are quite a few more people who have been talking about this. I mean, people means researchers, theorists. Now, in this research, the theoretical concept that has been taken, ecology of dystopia, for example, critical analysis of the young adult dystopian, and Glotflet's foundation's premise and theoretical concept of intricate human-environment relationship that symbolize that real interaction between humans and nature. Anyhow, so basically, these are the frameworks that have been taken in order to analyze the selected text from that novel. Now, I would just like to highlight some aspects from the novel, and then I'll like to move to the conclusion. Analysis, for example, destruction deconstructed. Now, this aspect actually contains actions of the protagonist, the responses of the protagonist. And for example, he drinks water, so nature acts as a provider rather than a victim who is being destroyed. So this line basically, particularly, I'm just addressing the students, like this line actually is the punchline of the article. Like when you drink water from somewhere, when you, take a coconut from the coconut tree, you break it, you drink water somewhere, you're in the jungle. So here, nature actually is not being destructive. Nature it acts as a provider. So when nature acts as a provider, then this is kind of a symbiotic relationship between humans and the nature. But when we are using some aspects from the phenomenon of nature uselessly, ruthlessly, then we can call it that this is kind of a destruction. So basically, this line will go on throughout the article, or while extending to this theory also, that actually eco-criticism is not all about destructing the nature, rather it is also using the nature. Nature is...
Dr. Mehdi, I'm sorry. I'm very sorry for interrupting you. But I think that if you can go towards the conclusion, because the allocated time has already been lapsed. So if you could
really?
please.
I'm sorry.
15 minutes was the time.
It was 9 minutes now. Anyhow, okay, no problem. So now these are certain examples that I've taken from there. Anyhow, well, let me conclude. I mean, these are certain instances. The text I've taken from the text. So symbiosis, for example, transition, when you are with the nature, you become part of that nature. And when you become part of that nature, definitely you start loving that and you don't destroy that. The analogy of all this can be taken between the relationship of a mother and a son, that sometimes a mother, taunts and sometimes physically, beating the child also, but it does not mean that the mother is against the child. That stuff is also taken for, in favor or in love for the child. So anyhow, same is the case with this symbiotic relationship of humans and, the nature. So this is the conclusion, Dr. Saab, that the research actually highlights the potential for nature to brighten up individual growth. And similarly, it focuses on the intricate interplay between human needs and environmental realities. So Brand's individual transformation explores the potential for positive change not as the negative change, and positive change means that the Brian tries to use the nature for his own construction and not using nature for the destruction of nature. So thank you so much. That's all from my side.
Thank you very much, Dr. Muntazir Mahdi, for acquainting the participants with the complex interplay between human needs and environmental realities. And your findings duly suggest a positive change in human-nature interaction. We have just joined our keynote speaker, Professor Dr. Ghulam Ali Bariro. So I would like to request him to speak on the topic redefining learning, bracing learners for the future needs and challenges. Over to you, sir, Professor Dr. Ghulam Ali Bariro.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Nomadahu wa nusalli ala Rasulil Kareem. May I ask whether I am audible?
Yes, you are. Please continue.
Thank you so much. First of all, I would be presenting my deep gratitude to Riphah University, Islamabad, for having me over as a keynote speaker for your kind and gracious invitation. Thereafter, I would also like to present my greetings to the Director or Chairman of Department of English Linguistics and Literature, Riphah University, Islamabad, Professor Dr. Muhammad Shahban. I would be presenting my salams to Dr. Shamim, who I can see sitting, and to Secretary of the conference, Mr. Muhammad Abdullah, Professor Dr. Muhammad Abdullah Beg Sahib, and of course to you, my dear friend, Awais bin Wasi Sahib, who is actually taking us through the proceedings of this important session. I am also extremely grateful to all of you to giving me an opportunity to chair this highly scholarly session and also having me over as a keynote speaker. So I would be requesting you kindly to play my slideshow, which is at your end, so that I could share my reflections with the learned audience.
Yes, yes, we'll do. Please, you can start making your presentation. We'll do.
I can't do it without the slideshow, sir.
Just a minute, please.
Yeah, no issues. That's it. I can now see my slides.
Yes,
this
please.
is the slide, as you have already read out. The title of my presentation is Redefining Learning, and actually in the context of equipping our learners and preparing them for the upcoming times. Next, please. Today, we as teachers face a world that is fractured, new, challenging, at times a bit scary, with a whole lot of added dimensions. You would kindly agree that teaching is no longer the way it used to be, the way we were taught in our 4-hour classroom with a blackboard and a chalk. Its entire world of teaching learning has changed and is in the process of change. It is no longer the case of just open the book and teach. There are many issues changing and challenging the profession. Here are a few perspectives that I feel are particularly critical for us to address and resolve. Next. Now, my dear audience, you will kindly agree with me that there have been developments in education that have given new meanings and new definitions to the very fundamental notions. We did have a notion of learning. We do have a concept of a classroom and what we think of curriculum and pedagogies and learners and OR systems, raising student parent expectations, emphasizing holistic education as a new norm. Now, these very key words that I have just shared with you, I have listed up. The concepts and dimensions and the meanings and the definitions of all these things are changing. For example, even if you look at the example of a meeting was some 20 years back, something which would happen physically in a room where we'll be facing one another vis-a-vis. But now we are virtually meeting. You are sitting back in Islamabad, I am here in Jamshoro, and there might be people around any corner, any nook and corner in the world could join our meeting. So the very concept of meeting and the meaning of meeting and the pattern and format of meeting has also changed. So this is what my plea is. My point is that everything is in a state of flux. It's a melting pot of all experiments, of all concepts, of all dimensions, of all definitions. Therefore, the very learning that we call learning also needs to be redefined. Why? Because if we teach today's students with the knowledge of the past, their future would be doomed. Therefore, we need to brace ourselves as teachers and also to need to redefine, revisit, review, reconsider. What do we really mean by learning? And what do we mean by learners? May I please have the next slide? I think one back, yeah. This new norm, it's absolutely a new norm. It has come to a point where we teachers, you teachers, anyone who is a teacher in the world is very duly expected to face challenges. I might make this bold claim that there would hardly ever be a teacher anywhere in the world who might say that he or she does not face a set of challenges because of these newly arriving definitions and concepts and formats of teaching learning. Secondly, we need to look beyond the ordinary. Now, anything that happens to be ordinary in its nature, be it a pedagogical pattern, be it a classroom, be it a learner, be it a book, be it a thought, it needs to be taken away, taken beyond what is ordinary. Let it be our approach, let it be our research, let it be our way of thinking, let it be our way of teaching, let it be a way of learning, every other thing that falls in the domain of education and learning is actually to be taken to its extraordinary means. We need to visit it above and beyond and around and beneath. And then we have to encourage students to expand the realms of their mind. No longer that we can just give them something to go back home and cram and come back and reproduce in the papers. If they just reproduce those in papers, they would not really be called as equipped or trained or groomed or competent or accomplished students. In order for our learners to be accomplished and to fall in step with the fast-moving world and to fall in step with the rest of the learners from around the world and globe, we need to stretch their minds, stretch their thinking boundaries, and broaden the boundaries of their thought and widen their vision. And we need to expand and stretch like an elastic their realms of thought, their realms of creativity, the realms of their collaboration, the realms of their creative flair to their ultimate limits. Thereafter, we need to adapt different styles of pedagogy. All learners will not be learning in the same way because they are not, each learner is a unique entity. Each learner is different from the other. Each learners come with a different demographic, social, political, economic, religious, geographical background. Therefore, one size fits all will no longer work. We need to link. All right, all learners happen to be different human beings. They're different from one another with different feelings, with different affective needs, with different emotional needs, with different technical needs, with different learning styles. Therefore, we as teachers need to redefine learning today. We need to say, all right, we'll have to come up with a set of pedagogies in a mixed classroom, at least to be suiting the needs of each and every learner. And then we also need to inculcate in our students intellectual, psychological, and social skills. Literacy is changing its meaning. There were times when we'd say, okay, who is a literate? Anybody who can write his or her name and can do some basic arithmetic calculations would be deemed as a literate person. But today's literacy is not our ability to write and read. Today's literacy is how far we are actually prepared in intellectual terms. Do we have certain intellectual attributes? Do we have certain intellectual abilities? Do we have psychological resilience Do we have social skills, people management skills, collaborating skills, team playing skills, where we may be of much more maximum use to our organization rather than having solo flights? I may be a highly accomplished individual, but if I do not have the ability and willingness and flexibility to work as a member of a team, if I work as a subordinate, if I cannot become a team member, if I cannot integrate, if I cannot assimilate myself, if I cannot, work as a team, I believe I would not be a literate person. Next, please. Therefore, I say 21st century learner, each learner who is a learner in a classroom, in this century, in the ongoing century, he is no longer like any other traditional learner who we can scare into silence, who we can simply give a shut up call and who will scold and say, okay, you stay quiet. Now, on other days, where students are passive, learners are passive, they're simple, mere passive recipients of knowledge. Today's learners should be and aspire to be self reliant, self motivated, self directed, innovative, financially literate. They do not only want to be numerically literate, are literate in the terms of only in knowledge, but they need to have that faster financial sense. Because today's vice chancellors also have a challenge of financial management. Gone are the days when vice chancellors of the universities would need to only cope with student politics and teacher politics and all other such rest of this stuff. But today, the most successful vice chancellor is the one who can manage his or her financial resources properly. Because in these days of low funding and all, we need to be economically aware, globally conscious, civically engaged, and they need to be problem solvers, and they aspire to be socially active and collaborators. And they are social media trend followers. They no longer follow only the books. There are so many trends coming in. Next, please. Maybe move to the next. Yeah, thank you. And these new perspectives, the new concept of education and learning, and a new set of learners, learning priorities, they were different learning priorities, have given birth to fresh perspectives in pedagogies and practicum. These perspectives are, next please. Perspective one is individualization. Focus is now to remain and adjust teaching learners different styles of learning. And what can be the way forward? The way forward is that teachers must clearly identify learners' various learning styles through real-time observation. Not merely heresy and mouth of word, but they should keep observing in a real-time classroom what exactly are the priorities of learners. Next, please. Second perspective is digitalization. It's no longer just computer digital homework, but flipped learning, mobile learning, AI-based decision making, data management, and e-learning. So what is the way forward? Way forward to get precise pictures of students' profiles. Plan to decide on evaluation, selection, and adaptation of digital materials at least once in a year's time. We can take help of EdTech platforms also. Next, please. So at this stage, may I ask you how much more time I have at my disposal so that...
Just 4 minutes, please.
That's so generous of you, kind of you, sir. I'll make sure that I conclude within 3.5 minutes, right? So perspective 3 is global citizenship. Education demands current times should not merely spotlight knowledge, survival, and careers. This was true some 20 years back, but today we as teachers are expected to help students understand A, the communities they live in, the societies they represent, the social culture and economic events, and the role they are to play. And E, they need to get familiar with values like tolerance, empathy, fairness, and patience. Because at 20 years back, all learners needed was knowledge, survival, and careers. But now those needs have undergone a sea change. So what should be the way forward? The way forward is that we should use critical and creative approaches such as literature, language, arts, foods, culture, news, updates, travel events in the form of discussions so that we prepare our learners for this very century and the century to come. Next, please. May I have the next slide, please? Yeah. Perspective 4 is emotional and social skills. These are very, very much, I would never tire of emphasizing that today's learners, 21st century learners, need these skill sets. Self-awareness, social awareness, self-management, relationship skills, goal-directed behavior, contribute to group goals, take responsibility, guide their actions, optimistic thinking, controlling emotions, completing tasks in challenging situations, interacting in a way that shows respect for others, use cooperation and tolerance in social situations, and attitudes that promote and maintain positive relations. So I wish I could have had the time to take you all, august audience and the prestigious scholars sitting in front of me virtually through entire presentation. But naturally, learning to respect time is also one of the skills that we need to learn in 21st century. Because if we, go beyond our allotted time, that again would be, a dilemma and a misfortune. Because one other skill that we need in these times is the respecting and honoring the deadlines. I once again express my gratitude to all of you and once again congratulate the entire Riphah International University Islamabad team for pulling off such a magnificent second international conference. Thank you. Jazakallah khair.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Professor Dr. Bariru, for strict compliance of the time dedicated to this presentation and for emphasizing the ever greater need to live up to the fast-changing academic landscape in the 21st century. And in fact, we need in this century well-formed mind, not well-filled, pointed out. I'm sure it would certainly chart the new course of action, both for teachers and learners. So our next speaker, we have three presenters, Dr. Rafiq Al-Amin Gobrani, Dr. Faiza Banaicha, Dr. Abdul Basit Do from Abdul Hamid Bades University, Mosteganam, Algeria, on the topic From Vision to Reality, Advising Self-Directed Learning. Over to Dr. Rafiq Al-Amin, please. Dr. Rafiq, please.
Assalamu alaikum. Can you hear me?
Yes. Yes, please.
So, Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Thank you, dear guest, co-host, and the team at the conference. So, I won't be taking so long, so I will start sharing my presentation. So, the topic of our presentation is From Vision to Reality, maximizing learning with AI-based personalized learning. So, first, I'd like to thank the conference organizers, as I said, and I'm of course excited to talk about how artificial intelligence is transforming the landscape of education by making self-directed learning more effective and engaging. So let's move to the introduction. Of course, the artificial intelligence has evolved since the 1960s, and intelligent systems affected several fields like education, The pandemic also has been a turning point after which the investment in large language models increased, and all of these brought several changes to the educational settings. As we all know, received in the didactics or applied linguistics lectures, the Benjamin Bloom's vision, the achievement distribution for students and the different instruction methods. As you can see, students under mastery learning tend to score higher than those under conventional instruction. So if we reflect this on the AI-powered tutoring, maybe it can provide personalized instruction that adapts to each student's needs. Similar to mastery learning, this can lead to improved learning outcomes for all students. Of course, the machine's ability to be human-like in processing information is known as the artificial intelligence, as this definition from Britannica provided. And we have also the generative AI, which is particularly, or generative AI is solely associated with machines' ability to process natural languages and produce them in different functions like machine translation, optical character recognition, or automatic speech recognition. So GAI uses algorithms to learn from existing data and create entirely new original content like images, text, or even in code. And we all know the boom made by ChatGPT. So the infamous ChatGPT caused the buzz in 2023. So, or 2022, I guess it started. Yes, it can generate realistic and coherent chat conversations, mimicking human-like dialogue. This innovation has the potential to revolutionize how we interact with machines, opening doors for more engaging chatbots, personalized education also, and even creative writing assistance. As for the democratization of such tools, it has such key goals as accessibility and integration in the realm of artificial intelligence applied to education. For the accessibility, for instance, when this technology is made available to everyone, regardless of background or resources. So this could involve initiatives like providing affordable AI-powered educational tools or creating open source resources for educators. For the integration, so the importance of ethically integrating AI into educational landscape. So this means ensuring that AI is used to complement and enhance human teaching rather than replace it. And it also highlights the need to address potential biases and ensure that AI-powered educational tools are fair and equitable for all learners. In terms of empowerment, so AI can empower learners by providing them with personalized learning experiences that cater to their individual needs and pace. This can lead to a deeper understanding of the material and stronger sense of ownership over the learning process. In terms of innovation, so AI has the potential to revolutionize the way education is delivered. New ideas of how to teach or learn can create more engaging and interactive learning environments, fostering a love of learning and encouraging students to explore new ideas. Speaking about learners, the self-directed learning, as defined here, by personalizing learning and providing autonomy, So the AI tools maybe will support students in taking charge of their own learning journeys and fostering the self-directedness of their learning. So when learners are using these generative AI tools, they are making prompts. So there is what we call the prompt engineering. Effective AI-powered tutors rely heavily on prompt engineering. So these prompts guide the AI's responses towards personalized learning experiences, catering to individual needs and goals. So again, prompt engineering empowers also learners to become architects of the self-directedness process, shaping the interactions and support students receive from AI systems or tools. So we can question here from the aforementioned slides, what are the different learning outcomes or goals that students can achieve? And how can AI-powered tutors help students reach them? So in order to assemble the pieces to get clear image, first, students need to know the capabilities of the AI system. And second, they need to know how to craft effective prompts and instructions in their interactions with the AI system. And then finally, students take ownership of their learning journey by actively exploring and experimenting with different interaction methods with the system. Of course, there are these advantages, and we also have some disadvantages or limitations of the uh, self-directed learning using GAI. So in terms of ethics, there could be some bias or lack of transparency from the AI part, and the academic dishonesty, of course, is even worse. And we may all know the problem of plagiarism, of course, made or after the buzz of these tools. The isolated learning, for instance, also, so learners may become overly reliant on these tools, on the AI-generated prompts, answers, and explanations, and that will hinder their ability to develop critical thinking and research skills. As for the hallucination, the AI-generated texts can have factual inaccuracies. Sometimes the outputs appear convincing, but are factually incorrect or nonsensical. So learners may not be well aware of all of these, so maybe it's the responsibility of the teachers or those who guide them to use the prompts. So this is the conclusion. Of course, it will be under implications and recommendations. And the implementation of the strong ethical guidelines for the development and the use of generative AI in education is really needed and highly needed. Promoting media literacy and critical thinking skills among learners to help them evaluate the information generated by AI is also recommended. We can still encourage a balanced approach to self-directed learning that combines AI-generated content with traditional learning methods and human interaction. So these are the references. I hope I was very brief. Thank you all for your attention. And thanks again for the organizers of the committee. Jazakumullah khair.
Thank you very much for sharing with us a valuable as to how AI could be. It certainly developed our understanding of how maximize directed learning through AI-based. time it showcases and its sustainability. Ladies and gentlemen, our fourth presenter, Nimra Nazim from Air University. The topic is AI or this post done in the 11I files. Over to Miss Dibra Da for the presentation.
Am I audible?
You are.
I'm just sharing my screen. So the topic of my presentation is AI and support students by democracy.
Miss Nimra Nazim, your sound is not there or on.
Recording in progress.
Miss Nimra Nazim. Okay, in the meanwhile, we'll have our next presenter, Ms. Faiza Arshad from the Capital University of Science in Islamabad. Ms. Arshad will shed light on the inadvocacies and semantic losses during the process of translation. Her topic is comparative analysis, English translation of Urdu short stories in Pakistan textbooks at bachelor's and intermediate level. Invite Ms. Faiza Arshad to speak on the subject, please. Over to you, Ms. Faiza. Ms. Faiza Arshad, are you with us? Yeah. Ms. Faiza Arshad. Okay, we are going back to Ms. Nimra Nazim from Air University. I think she has adjusted her system now.
So am I audible now?
I request her again that if you could start her presentation, please.
Am I audible now? किसी को mic चल रहा है? करती हूँ इधर से।
Someone else in the panel has switched on the mic. Please switch off your mic so that we can have our presentation. There is some disturbance because of that.
That's the host can unmute and mute the participants. I think it's Dr. Ajay.
Okay, am I audible now?
Miss Nimra Nazim, are you with us?
Yes, I am. Am I audible now?
Yes, please.
Hello?
Yes, you are audible. Please
Okay.
continue.
Okay, so let me just share my screen.
Please do.
Okay. So the topic that I'll be presenting is relevant to the intersection of artificial intelligence and literature, and it's titled AI Odyssey, the Post-Human Metamorphosis of Eden in the Alumni Files. Now, this is a brief table of contents that I'll be covering in my presentation, starting from a brief overview. So if I want to sum up this presentation in 3 words, that would be Odyssey, post-human, and metamorphosis. Now, the Odyssey refers to any journey, any long journey that has some sort of a list of events, a list of events that take place and that result in some sort of a concrete goal or result. The second is post-human, and it's quite self-explanatory that something or someone that exists in a state that is beyond just being human. The third and the most important one is a metamorphosis, which means a process through which something or someone changes either its form or its nature as it evolves into a higher state. Now, when we combine these 3 words, it will give you a brief overview of the presentation. So for introduction, I further divided my introduction into 4 parts. Number 1, the statement of the problem. Now, for a little bit of background, we are living in a world that in an era that is technologically driven. There is a deep integration of AI and science within our lives, and this deep integration has been portrayed in literature. This portrayal is not something new. It has been there since Mary Shelley published Frankenstein. So the literature or literary works have been portraying this integration of AI for a very long time. And the trilogy that I have selected for this study, the Alumni Files, is one such study. And it engages, the trilogy engages in a narrative that showcases the evolving relationship between humans and machine, more specifically an AI system, and how this relationship is resulting in the blurring of the boundaries between human and non-human through its depiction of the character of Eden, which is an AI system. So Eden Eden from the trilogy is the main subject of this study. And the current study will investigate the character development of Eden as it evolves from a utilitarian AI system to a program, to a super intelligent AI that has a very human-like personality, and how this evolution or this transformation first of all blurs the boundaries between humans and non-humans, and how this blurring of the boundaries results in certain ethical and moral quandaries. So for the research objectives and research questions, there are 3. And in this slide, if you look at it, I have mentioned the research objectives and their corresponding questions. So the first would be that how different narrative strategies have been employed in the digests of the trilogy that depicts the transformation of Eden. Second, how this transformation blurs the boundaries. And the third one, what sort of challenges does this development poses to the human beings? For the significance of study, as I mentioned earlier, that we are living in a world where there is a deep integration of AI systems. So this study will not only be significant in the context of the science fiction genre and literature, but also when we take science in general. So for literature, it would be significant because it discusses how an AI system, specifically the evolution or the development of AI system, is being portrayed in different literary works, and what implication does this development have? The secondly, this can also be used as a guide, or as we can say and help a help. It can help us to understand that what this integration, what this the explosion of AI systems in our lives will lead to. What could be the ethical implications attached to it, and what ethical challenge would emerge as a result of the production of these AI systems. So delimitation, this is a character-centric study, and it would the text would be taken, or the analysis would be carried out on the text of the trilogy. So for literature review, I have tried to summarize some of the literature review in a tabular form. So it's divided into 4 parts, starting from what is a human. Now, it discusses that what makes a human being. What do we call a human being? Is it simply something which is biological, or there's something else behind that? The second is taking that definition of human within the context of post-humanism, and how this definition of human has changed, has evolved over the time, and how has it changed in the context of post-human landscape. The third is it can be considered an offshoot of the human in post-human, that is a consciousness and autonomous AI systems. How these AI systems are evolving and acquiring this sense of consciousness and autonomy, and either is it even possible for these AI systems to have this consciousness? And if they do have that, what could be the effects of that? Moving on to that, it's the general theory and the central theory of this study, that is the Nick Bostrom superintelligent AI. Now, Bostrom introduces this idea of superintelligence in his 2014 publication of the same name, in which he presents a possibility of emergence of such AI systems that would not only be faster than human intellect, but also would be able to do things that a normal human being might not be able to do. So they would exceed human capabilities in every way that is possible. So for research methodology, for theoretical framework, I have chosen 2 theories. The first is Bostrom's theory of superintelligence, and the second is James Phelan's character narrative theory. The research method would be textual analysis, and the data sources is the Elemina Files trilogy that comprises of 3 books, Elemina, Gemina, and Obsidio. So theoretical framework. Bostrom's theory of superintelligence, as mentioned earlier, this theory revolves around the possibility of the emergence of such autonomous AI systems that can exceed human capacities, and the dangers and implications that are attached to it. So it presents different pathways and different strategies that a machine could take to acquire this position of superintelligence, and what the superintelligence would entail, like what would be different threats or the benefits that this would pose for general human beings, or the general notion of human being, the identity of human. The second is Phelan's character narrative theory. Now this revolves around how characters operate within a narrative, and how they are not only constructed by their narrative, but also help in the construction of a narrative. So he says that within a narrative, characters are not fixed. Rather, they are continuously evolving. It's more like a rhetorical act. So they are changeable and are continuously shaped by their actions and the progression of the narrative. So for analysis, as mentioned earlier, Eden is the AI system and it's one of the major characters of this trilogy. So as the narrative of the trilogy progresses, Eden undergoes a tremendous transformation as it evolves from a utilitarian AI system to a very complex human-like entity, and how from a very generic AI system, it evolves into something that not only has the capability to think for itself, but also self-improve and show different human-like emotions like guilt, fear, friendship, etc. So it's basically the transformation of Eden from an it to he. And this change of pronouns is very much visible throughout the narrative, not only Eden itself, but also different characters, how they refer to Eden as the story progresses. It starts from it and it ends at he. So like I mentioned, that the starting point of Eden is its utilitarian logic, that it would do anything for the greater good. And the very first scene that we are introduced to Eden, what it does, it destroys it nukes out a whole ship to save Alexander, which is its prime directive, the greater good. So this utilitarian logic that ends justify the means, this is how it starts. But suddenly, the second point or the final point of his character development is the human-like traits. Now, Eden gradually acquires these human-like traits, and that he engages with different characters, with Katie, which is another central character, and develops a friendship with so many other characters. And then he has his emotions of fear, regret, and introspection. Like this textual quote that I've taken, it's from Gemina. I am not afraid. And this basically shows Eden's self-awareness. And this development invites the readers to reconsider Eden as something more than just a simple AI system. The next is Eden's desire for understanding. Now, again, it relates with its idea of human-like traits, that how it evolves beyond his initial programming and acquires this set of human-like traits and shows an interest in understanding human experiences. And at one point, he even comments that I want to understand, I want to know what it's like to be a human being. And it does everything in its power to do so. The most important one, last one, is the Eden and ethical dilemmas. So as this trilogy progresses, Eden faces certain moral and ethical challenges that challenge its original programming, and then faced with very difficult choices between what is good for the greater good and what is ethically good. So it has to constantly make these choices, and how it deals with these choices also change over the course of this trilogy. So Eden develops autonomy and struggles with dealing with its original utilitarian logic and morality. And all these points align well with what Bostrom proposes in his superintelligence theory, that not only would would superintelligence be capable of doing things that exceed human capacity, but they would also do some actions that might misalign with human ethics, and that would pose a threat to human beings. And that would pose a very existential threat to human beings, because they might become very hard for humans to understand, because the human intellect would be left far behind. And similarly, the dynamic of the character development of Eden aligns with Phelan's idea of how the three dimensions of his character narrative it's changing over the course of the trilogy. So for the conclusion, the alumni file textual material offers a very rich tapestry to analyze Eden's growth within the framework of Phelan's and Bostrom's theories, and how readers can follow Eden's journey and observe how it is changing over the course of the series, over the course of the narrative. And this development of human-like characteristics and humanization of AI, how it is causing or resulting in the blurring of the boundaries between human and non-human, and with the production or with the emergence of this super intelligent AI that is very like human, but still way, way better. So it offers a story that that makes the readers to also consider the moral implications of artificial intelligence, and how what kind of moral or ethical dilemmas it will cause. So thank you so much. That was it from my side.
Thank you very much, Ms. Nimra Nazim, for your illuminating study. You have very ably introspected and theoretically underpinned the intersection of literature, ethics, philosophy, and artificial intelligence, focusing on the ethical implications of AI integration. It would certainly help researchers explore this much needed area and to be studied further. Thank you so much. Dear participants, our next presenter is Ms. Faiza Arshad from the Capital University of Science and Technology, Islamabad. Ms. Arshad will speak on the inadvocacies and semantic losses during the process of translation. Her topic is a comparative analysis of English translation of Urdu short stories in Pakistani textbooks at bachelor's and intermediate levels. I invite Ms. Faiza Arshad to speak on the subject, please. Over to you, Ms. Faiza. Ms. Faiza Arshad, with us? Ms. Faiza Arshad? Is she available? Please unmute your mic. Please unmute your mic. Yes.
Assalamu alaikum. Thank you so much for inviting me and giving me a chance to come and present my presentation. I want you guys to please play my presentation. I'm sure you can hear me.
Yes, you are audible.
Yes, please.
Just a while, we are just, running the show of your presentation.
Okay.
Yes, please, go ahead.
Okay, well, the topic of my presentation is comparative analysis of English translation of Urdu short stories in Pakistani textbooks at bachelor and intermediate levels. Next slide, please. Next, please. Equivalence in translation is a very important point. Translation basically are written for new situations, purposes, recipes, and cultures. The basic aim of translation is to convey the meaning as originally it was written in the source text. Source text is basically a text which is to be translated, and target text is a text which is basically the translated version of a text. Aim of translation is to convey the same meaning which was basically the meaning of the source text. As I've told you, that source text is a text which is to be translated, and target text is a text which is the translated version of a text. So equivalence in translation means that your translated text should convey the same meaning. It should have same syntactical structure. It should have same lexical. Am I audible?
Yes, yes, you are. You are.
Okay.
Please carry on.
Yes, please. So the translators, they have to face many difficulties when they are converting the source text into the target text. The basic difficulty is this, that if the translator is not from the same origin, like if he does not know the culture of the target text, then he won't be able to convey the meaning properly. So translator's role is very important, and the subjectivity of translator plays a very important role in the translation of a text. Well, as I've told you, that equivalence means that the text, the translated text, which is basically the target text, it should be, it should have the same contents as they were given in the source text. So the familiarity of the translator is also very important. This is basically called the equivalence. Next slide, please. House views that the translated version of any text is considered equivalent when it fulfills the same purpose in the new language as it did in the original one. As I've told you, that texts are normally written to convey some meaning, and if the text is translated in another language, there are two languages basically with which the translator is dealing. Say for example, if the translated text is in English, and if it is translated from Urdu, we have to actually know the culture of English language. Similarly, if Urdu text is to be translated into French, if it is to be translated into Spanish, if it is translated into Japanese or any other language, the translator's role is to know the culture of that particular language. So this is very important, and this is what equivalence means, that the culture is to be shifted. There are so many words which are new in the target text. So the familiarity of the target text is very important, that the translator has to play a very important role. He actually fulfills the gap that exists between the two languages. Next, please. This equivalence problem had a long been discussed in the process of translation. Many linguists and many translators have worked on it. And Besnet's 2002, she says that equivalence is quite valid in a sense that equivalence should not be approached as a search for sameness, since sameness does not exist between the two translated versions. This is not possible, that two languages should have same syntactical style, lexical style, or any other style. But the thing is that the meaning which is conveyed in the source text, it should be retained in the target text. So next slide, please. Okay, next slide. Next slide, please. My research was related purely with the academia and academic purpose. It was done since I myself, I was teaching at a college level, and I just realized that the students, they were studying the translated version of two important texts of Ahmad Nadeem Kasmi, and one was from Ghulam Abbas. And the translated version of the text, they could not actually retain the same meaning as it was written in the source text. So three translated version of the text I had taken. Two translated versions of Ahmad Nadeem Kasmi and Ghulam Abbas. They were taught at the intermediate level, and the third text that I had taken was at the bachelor's level. It was taught at the bachelor's level. It was called the New Constitution. So the thesis statement is, it's a kind of a communication. Translation is a kind of a communication, and the principal task in translation practice is to create equivalence in the original text as it was done in the original text, and it should be shifted in the target text with the same faithfulness and with the same originality. These two words play a very important role in translation: faithfulness and originality and equivalence. And if these three words are not there, if translator is not familiar with these three words, then the translated version or the target text won't give you the same meaning. So this research It explored the semantic loss that had occurred in the target text, and the areas were related to culture, politics, religious, social aspects of the source text that occurred during the translation of Urdu source text into the English target text. Well, Urdu is a very rich language. We this is our national language. We know it. We are born with it. So when it is to be translated into English, there are so many areas that are to be considered in mind. So the translated version that I was teaching at intermediate level, and then I thought I could realize that the research objectives of my research were to examine the similarities and differences that had there in the Urdu text and their English translations that were included in Karwan Book House, selection of short stories for bachelor students, and the Punjab textbook board booking when Urdu source texts are translated into the target text. Next, please. Well, the research questions for what are the similarities and differences that are related to political, religious, social, and cultural aspects of equivalence between the source text and the target text, and what are the different challenges which are related to the meaning. Basically, the point of my research was to see that the original text, which is basically the Urdu language, is it justifying the same meaning in the target text, or the semantical loss has been some kind of semantic loss is there, or does it occur in the target text as well? And how the linguistic deviations, I had seen it from lexical level, I had seen it from syntactical level, I had seen it from semantic level. So these were the three levels from which I had observed the target text and the source text, and how those linguistic deviations of the source text, they were dealt by the translator when they were translating the source text into the target text. Next, please. The theoretical perspective basically gives a foundation to the research. So my theoretical perspective that I had selected for my research was Eugene Nida's theory of formal and dynamic equivalence. Translational hermeneutics plays a very important role when you are translating a text. Hermeneutics basically is a science of knowledge that says that that compares two texts, and also it says that what are the forms, and what is the different style that is being used in the two texts. So I had used this as a theoretical perspective, and basically I had taken Eugene Nida's theory of formal and dynamic equivalence in order to observe that what kind of equivalence was there in the two target texts. Next, please. Well, the theoretical perspective of Eugene Nida, it deals with two perspectives. One is the formal equivalence, and another is the dynamic equivalence. Formal equivalence says that when the meaning is transferred into another language, basically, or when the text is translated into another language, whether be it French, Japanese, Chinese, Italian, Spanish, whatever the language is, the thing is that the meaning should be retained. Formal equivalence basically says that the text is translated word to word. A kind of, we can say that uh, some few words are taken, the text is taken in a way that words are translated. Obviously, their syntactical originalities are kept, they are restored, but they are translated word to word. And there are different types of translations that occur in translation studies, but formal theory of Eugene Nida, it says that some kind of originality has to be kept, keeping in mind word to word translation. Next slide, please. Dynamic equivalence theory of Eugene Nida, it has got a very different aspect. It says that the translation should not be done word to word, but sense to sense translation should be done, and the meaning should be conveyed in a way that it is understandable by the audience of the target text. So these are two perspectives of
Ms. Faiza Arshad, sorry for interruption. We are running short of time. If
Eugene
you could,
Nida's theory of translation, which says formal equivalence. It says okay, I can just compile it. If you can go on to my data analysis slide, where I have seen that how these theoretical perspectives have been applied on the target text, and what are the findings. If you could go to that slide where Urdu language is there. Yes. um yes, please, the previous slide and the slide before that. Okay, let me tell you that. Yes, the previous slide, please. Yes, this one. Well, the Urdu translated text says, कदरे ऊपर उठी हुई पुतलियों वाली आंखों के पपोटों में सुरमा तो जैसे रच कर रह गया था. Well, this sentence itself is so enriched, and if you look at the syntactical structure of this sentence, it has been written so beautifully by Ahmad Nadeem Kasmi. But when it is translated into English, we see and we analyze, applying the theory of Vinay and Darbelne. Basically was a theory, was basically the methodology that had applied on this. It was basically the theory of Vinay and Darbelne. He was expert in translation studies. He is considered one of the pioneers of translation theories. When I apply that theory on this syntactical structure, I see that translator has not been able to convey the meaning as it is written in Urdu. Kadre upar uthi hui putliyon wali aankhon. We say that we can see that some kind of semantic loss occurs when the language is translated.
please. You have just 1 minute to conclude, please.
Into English. Is दिलचस्प जोड़े ने जिसमें किसी Okay, so we can see that the translator has not been able to convey the same syntactical style, same syntactical structure, the lexical formation that has been done in Urdu in English. So my findings were that if you could go to my findings, there are so many slides which are related to data analysis, and which basically conveys the essence of my presentation as well. But if we don't have time, so I want you to go to the last slide of mine, or the second last slide. The conclusion reveals that a translation is to be done keeping in mind the culture of the target text, and translation cannot be done if translator is not aware of the culture of the target text. So this is what my findings said, and my findings actually revealed that a semantic loss occurred when the academic books were translated. Ahmad Nadeem Kasmi and Sadat Hassan Manto, they are considered as the pioneers of so many Urdu short stories. They have got that essence in their language, which was not actually able to, the translator was not able to convey it properly into the target text. So in translation process, translator has to play a very important role. His subjectivity shouldn't be there. His own persona shouldn't be reflected into the translation process. He has to keep in mind the culture of the target text, and then he has to see how beautifully syntactically, lexically, and semantically he's dealing with both the text. So the essence of the source text, it is to be conveyed keeping in mind the culture of the text. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Faiza Arshad, for taking up as a much needed subject, particularly in the context of exchanges and for better understanding of multiple perspectives. It would certainly help us understand the inadvocacies, semantic losses, and the translator's subjectivity in the process of translation. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, our next presenters are Professor Dr. Maya David from the University of Malaya, Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. She's our keynote speaker, and the co-presenter includes Hassan Abbasi from Dawood University of Engineering and Technology, Karachi, Pakistan. Professor Dr. Maya David has been renowned for her lifetime contribution to social linguistics, especially the language of diaspora communities. The subject of the presentation is elderly discourse between Sindhi patients and healthcare providers in private clinics, Karachi, Pakistan. I request Professor Dr. Maya David and Mr. Abbasi to speak on the subject, please. Over to you, Professor Maya.
Thank you. Thank you so much for introducing both of us. Am I clear?
Yes, you are audible, clear.
Right.
Please, thank you. Well,
thank you for that introduction so much. I just want to make a few points before my co-researcher and co-presenter will go through our slides. All right. So senior citizens throughout the world, especially in countries like Japan, Singapore, Malaysia, there are many, many more senior citizens, and governments are looking into examining what they can do for the welfare of senior citizens. But as social linguists, I would like to look at the discourse between senior citizens and doctors, or between doctors and senior citizens, to see the communication style. You know, we have focused a lot on children, and when children go to the doctors, how doctors talk to their children, to the younger children, and so on. They accommodate, they assimilate, they through their discourse, they go down to the level of the child. We now want to look at elderly patients, senior citizens, we call them, to see whether the discourse is targeted differently towards senior citizens. Last year at this Riphah conference, we focused on the views of elderly patients, senior citizens, their reflections on how the doctors had talked to them, what the doctors had said to them. This year, we moved one step further, and my co-researcher has got the ethical permission to sit in the clinics where he could he could actually record and transcribe with the permission of the doctors and the patients, the discourse between doctors and senior citizens. So today we are very interested. We would like to share with you the discourse and how we collected the data, the methodology used, and so on. So our focus, my current focus on research right now is the elderly. As I said, they are growing, they are expanding in many, many countries, and we have to look at how they are being treated. In earlier papers, I looked at depression among the elderly, loneliness among the elderly. But today we want to talk about the patterns of interaction between medical professionals and senior patients. I now move on. Hassan will now take you through our research. Hassan, please.
Yeah, thank you, everyone. I hope I'm audible enough. So, as Dr. Maya just shared, that we are looking at the discourse of elderly citizens with medical specialists. So, we all know that the number of elderly patients throughout the world is increasing. And I think, yeah. And if we look at the situation or the context of Pakistan, these elderly people, they require a lot of care socially, psychologically, and health-wise as well. If we look at the different policies that we have in Pakistan, we have the National Policy 1999, we have the relief package for elderly people, we have the Senior Citizen Bill, and we have, if our context is within the province of Sindh. So within Sindh, we have the Sindh Senior Citizen Welfare Bill. So all these bills, all these policies do take up all the issues. But when you go on the practical field on the ground, you have certain problems, and communication is one of them. So maybe there needs to be a new policy, a new guideline where communication has to be there as well. Like you can have translators, you can have medical facilitators which are properly trained how they can communicate with the elderly people. So we need to look up at this issue as well. As Dr. Maya already said, that previous studies have talked about doctor talk, healthcare needs, and patient satisfaction and discourse. So we are looking at how real-time communication takes place between elderly people and the specialist doctors and the medical staff as well. So our research objectives are how to analyze the discourse norms between elderly male and female Sindhi patients and specialist doctors. So we are focusing on the Sindhi patients, and we have certain limitations because within this study, we have focused on only 6 patients. So maybe we plan in the future that we can conduct a large scale study as well. If we talk about the methodology specifically, this is a qualitative case study because it aims to explore the communication patterns between the healthcares and the elderly patients. It observes the real-time communication. The sampling is purposive and convenience. Uh, Purposive because we have a purpose. We wanted to record the observation or the communication of those elderly citizens which visit private clinics because they want to have the special care, or you can say that they wanted to have the communication where they can be facilitated as well. The research instruments which we have used is observation, recording. So we took informed consent, a written consent from all the elderly patients that we are going to record the communication, and the same was taken from the doctor as well. After the recording, we listened to the recording and we have transcribed it at 3 levels at least, because these were Sindhi patients. So you have to translate it from Sindhi to Urdu and then for English for a global audience. We have used interactional social linguistics as a tool for data analysis. Uh, just a quick reflection that in this picture, if you would look at it closely, you would see 2 things in this image. One, an old lady and a young woman. So that is something that you can observe within this picture. So just like we can see within this picture, there are also ways how you can communicate with the elderly and the younger ones as well. So there is a difference, and there are certain communication norms in order to understand all those people. The cases that are of importance within this study is one, the elderly male visited eye specialist. The second one was a dermatologist. The third one was a physician, and the fourth one was again a eye specialist as well. They also had a young caretaker with them as well. Uh, when we recorded and when we started to transcribe and started to analyze, we found that the specialist doctors actually were more facilitative. They facilitated the elderly patients and the bridge the intergenerational sensitivity. The elderly doctors and patients they started to build a rapport with each other. The specialist doctors actually listen to the elderly patients very carefully because they require care, and with care they have to have someone who can listen to them properly. So the specialist doctors, what they did was they actually listened to them and their utterances very carefully, and then they treated them with respect because one of the specialist doctor kept on addressing the elderly patient with the terminology sai, and that is something that is a greeting way, and you can say that's a mark of uh, happiness for the people. So similarly, within this case, the medical staff, because Sindhi patients, they are multilingual, so the medical staff actually switched from one language to another just to facilitate the elderly patient, because there are some terminologies, words which the elderly might not understand, so that the medical staff actually translated it. So if you look at it, The doctor started with Sai, Khush aaye ho. So, Sai, how are you? And the patient replied that I am fine. Then he began with a previous record of the patient that how's your left eye? He talks about his other medical care things as well, like are you okay? So these are the things that he talked about. Then he also referred him as honorable sir, since it was a visit to the eye specialist, so you have to read the numbers as well. So he was very patient, the senior doctor, and the patient was very keen in answering it. So he also remarked that your eyesight has improved. Last time it was not well, so he was in a way satisfying the elderly patient, and that was reflected through the communication as well. Similarly, if we look at another discourse where an elderly female visited a dermatologist, a physician, that physician actually communicated with the elderly patient in a polite manner. He started with a greeting, of course, that is one of the way, but then he looked at the test of the elderly patient and responded that all of your test seems to be really good. You seem to be really fit. So he started with this utterance. So of course that gives the patient and the elderly a very positive vibe as well, you can say. And then he said that I'm now giving you medicine for 3 more months, and then you can visit me after that. So in a way, he was satisfying the elderly patient, and he also give him blessings that may God give you good health. And he tried to maintain a positive environment during the visit. Uh, so he also asked her that, do you have any other pain or problem? Are you sure? So he kept on confirming that from the elderly patient. Similarly, when we talk about the medical staff, the specialist doctors maintained polite manner. You can say they communicated in a very sophisticated manner, but comparatively, the medical staff actually showed anger and frustration in their communication with the elderly patients. So when the elderly patient asked from one of the medical staff that where could I look or where could I find the doctor? So in a very angry tone, the medical staff replied that you're not supposed to ask that from me, or I'm not concerned with that doctor. And he replied, don't you know that I'm not the staff member for the dermatologist? I work for a specialist doctor. You must find the right person and find your way on your own. Check the concerned person. So the tone and the manner in which he said that basically frustrated the elderly patient, you can say, or that annoyed her, or she was not able to find her way. In such situations, they have sometimes the young caretakers which actually guide them or who become their translators. So the son of that elderly lady actually guided her afterwards. But the way in which the medical staff, we looked at one situation where the medical staff person was communicated from one language to another just to facilitate the patient. But and comparatively, in another situation, the medical staff treated the patient in a very anger and a frustration manner. Uh, Although they should facilitate the patients, but within that situation, the medical staff changed their tone. In another analysis, if we look at it, the specialist doctors, they created a sense of association with the elderly patients by recalling their patient history, referring to their daily habits, referring to what are the treatments, what other doctors do they visit. So they create a sense of association. They create uh, you can say that they create affection with that patient. So the doctor begin with, how are you? Which products do you use? When do you first observe these spots on your hands? Do you visit any other doctor? So he also created a sense of association between two different doctors. Normally, it happens that when you visit one doctor, they complain about the other. But in such situations, they do not. So that is somehow reflected in the communication as well. These were some of the field notes. images and documents that were taken during the observation. So sometimes it's the field notes that help you as well, the medical slips that also facilitates you. In conclusion, the study, this was just a brief reflection of some of the extracts. Inshallah, when we write the full paper, you can find further details and communication patterns with it. The study provides insights into the ages discourse that takes place in the health sector, its implication for the elderly communication. The extracts in this example show how specialist doctors facilitated the communication and bridged intergenerational sensitivity. In contrast, the medical staff misbehaved, shouted, and yelled at the elderly female patients. This finding is restricted to small sample size, and it showed that the specialist doctors use polite discourse. Overall, this detailed real-time communication provide insights into the communication that takes place between the medical staff, specialist doctors, and elderly citizens, because elderly citizens require a lot of attention, care, and they want someone to listen to their queries, problems, and sometimes pain as well. This area of study or this field is relatively new within Pakistan, so this can be further explored as well. Like the future researchers can work on healthcare providers, their communication patterns, language minority patients. They can also work on socially disadvantaged language, errors within the communications for patients with limited proficiency. We worked on Sindhi patients. There can be other community patients as well. Patients and their caretakers, language assistants. Uh, this is an area that the government needs to work on as well. And last, we can have negative health outcomes as well through the communication as well. So these are some of the future areas of research that someone can look into and actually help the government in having communication with the elderly citizens in the policy somewhere as well, because that is of relative importance as well. Some of the references are there, of course, not all of them. So that's it from our side. If you have any questions, you can ask.
Thank you so much, Professor Maya David and Mr. Muhammad Hassan Abbasi.
Can I just
Question
bring it to a
answer
close
session
before the
held
questions?
to the last presentation. So we are grateful for your presentation, in which you have rightly provided us a detailed insight into ageist discourse in the health sector and its implication for elderly communication. This study, of course, that it seems that it certainly provides a significant perspective with which policymakers can improvise their policies and train medical staff accordingly. Thank you so much. So, dear participants, the final presentation of this session is going to be made by our speaker, keynote speaker, Father Bejo Thomas from Ramakrishna Mission Vivekanand Educational and Research Institute, Tamil Nadu, India. The topic of his presentation is integrating artificial intelligence in English language learning for students with educational needs, enhances teaching learning in 21st century educational systems. I request Mr. Father Baijo Thomas to speak on the subject, please. Over to you, sir.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Welcome.
Okay. My topic is integrating artificial intelligence in English language learning for students with special education needs. Enhances teaching learning in 21st century education system. First, introduction. The present day would have failed without AI. The learning environment may be adjusted depending on the user's current English level, occasional demands, and interests, allowing students with special education needs to engage their senses while practicing English actively. A greater focus on addressing the needs of students with intellectual special education needs is made feasible by using AI in teaching and learning assessment, making more resources available. It uses a qualitative approach to examine the pros and cons of using artificial intelligence in English learning and teaching for students with intellectual disability, special education needs in the 21st century education system. AI has the potential to improve practical abilities like writing and make computer-generated discussion appear more realistic, like real-life talks in English language learning. Students with special education needs benefit from increased practice chances and an improvement in their efficacy of English language teaching. What is artificial intelligence? The ability of a digital computer or a computer-controlled robot to perform tasks commonly associated with intelligent beings. AI can have two purposes: to use a computer's artificial intelligence to understand how humans think, to use a computer's artificial to make it work as a human brain. Artificial intelligence in an education setting. AI can completely transform the way both students and teachers interact course content. Using personalized technology based on AI, students with special education need can engage with content royal of needs and learning style. AI is a new technology that is going to alter education practice. Education can use this effective instruction method if the qualified teachers are always on hand to teach. The AI employs various techniques to determine a person's speed, including deep learning, machine learning, and complex analytics. AI devices are enhancing education outcome by pinpointing teachers' weak points. Teachers may value people's ability to comprehend and adapt more highly if they realize that machine cannot replicate human intelligence. AI technology has found widespread adoption, leading to the emergence of new approaches to enhance education. The education sector has may benefit from the implementation of AI technology. What is AI in education? It makes personalized learning by intelligent tutoring system and assessment automation and applications. So it also enhances learning outcomes. It also benefits. Some of the benefits are time and cost efficiency and global access to education, all the areas it is connecting. And also there are also some challenges, plagiarism and academic integrity, data privacy and security, and also bias and discrimination. AI also time saving for teachers and professors. They can save your time while preparing their lessons. And also AI function can give feedback to students and educators how they are performing their activity. And also AI also tutor can assist students, those who are with the special education needs. All their difficulties will be overcome by the AI tutors. And also it helps teachers to become more learning motivation. And AI also can enhance students with health also in their well-being. Role of AI in language learning process. The relevance of AI, which has been there since the beginning of the century, is only increasing. AI is essential to every factor of human existence, from the most modern of the extraordinary. Language class should be able to use AI, meaning funding for a program that prepares teachers to expand. Teachers should be well versed in AI and adapt in integrating into their lesson. Teachers should be ready to incorporate AI-driven technology into classroom speaking and listening exercises. When creating AI algorithms for education usage, the utmost concern should be the security of students' information. It is essential to gather and use students' information in a way that protects their privacy and security. Deep learning has allowed AI to reach a level of expertise in the medical industry where it can be analyze the brain to make diagnose and generate speech. AI learning that analyzes the mimics and human artists works has the potential to integrate the new creative endeavors in the field of literature, music, and visual art. Integrating AI with the English language learning. The new curriculum reform relies heavily on the increasing awareness with the education department of the link between students with special education needs, proficiency in English, and their academic success. The expansion of technology resources and continuous improvement of quality and amount of insertion that causes impediments skipped in the context of learning English. The need to address the issue how to include AI in English learning process curriculum in the way that fosters the accusation of transferable skill is becoming more pressing in the academic community. With AI's potential impact on education, this study delves deep into the topic of English language classroom reform. The initial of AI system were among the most advanced in the world when they are introduced. Due to the technological advancement, we now have an easier time to learning English. AI continues to grammar in media attention despite a trend in the technology to use AI successfully in teaching learning in the 21st century education system. Integrating AI technology for students with special education needs. Education for ALH has undergone massive transformation in the recent decades. Technological improvement in the education has transformed the traditional classroom learning experience, making online classroom opportunity accessible to students, children with special education needs worldwide, access all the age group. Students with a special education need can profit substantially from the AI animations. This technology will help students with special education needs succeed by tailoring animations to their needs and including accessibility features. AI can help students with special education work at their space. AI-powered grading software can help teachers to quickly and properly identify the homework. The unique requirement of children with special education needs cannot be adequately addressed through the normal teaching and method. Thus, special education is essential. AI can potentially make the education more accessible and effective for students with special education needs. It shows how individual can strategically approach the unique problem experienced by people with special education needs by establishing a foundation for AI-based solution. However, more study and implementation are required to enhance teaching learning in the 21st century education system to demonstrate its efficacy and scalability and in actual classroom. Teaching learning through AI technology. The rapid development and wide use of AI have made it an integral part of our life. AI has greatly impacted the way humans learn, how and more concern are limited is widespread use in the school. In the study, we examine the AI's possibility, advantage, and disadvantage in the context of teaching learning. Teachers can thoroughly understand AI technology in the classroom and potential further study pathway by conducting this current field of study, identifying by the methodological examination of the appropriate literature. AI accessible school, all accessible school using AI have become more exciting as AI has become increasingly important in a policy discussion. The technological push marks the beginning of the lifespan of general purpose technology. Policymakers and forward thinkers individuals can see the hidden benefits of emerging technology beyond the evident advantage of AI in the classroom, including supplemental English learning teaching platform for students with intellectual disability, special education needs in the 21st century education system. Conclusion. It is short essentially. AI is increased understanding of the nature of intelligence and providing improved of application in a wide range of areas. It has shaped the understanding of human reasoning and the nature of intelligence in the general. At the same time, it has revealed the complexity of modeling human reasoning, providing new areas and rich challenges for the future. Students with special education needs may benefit from using AI in English study, but this endeavor necessitates thorough preparation. With the support of AI, students with special education needs could gain their engagement, language competency, and quality of their feedback in the class. It shows that children with special education needs can benefit greatly from AI-powered English language learning class because the classes create a more interactive and tolerant learning setting. The outcome how that the students with special education may enhance their grammar and speech with the help of AI. Students' verbal, non-verbal, visual, and kinesthetic communication abilities can be enhanced through the customizable and adaptable learning environment powered by AI. Students with special education needs can improve their language skill and prepare for the globalized future through the ethical use of AI, the 21st century education system. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Baiju Thomas, for providing us a significant perspective regarding AI capacity, avenues for its application, and implications for students of special educational needs. It certainly provides as to how we can enhance teaching learning experience in the 21st century educational systems with the help of AI. Thank you so much. With this, ladies and gentlemen, our presentations are concluded. Now we are going to begin with our question and answer session. During the presentations of our worthy speakers, we received a number of questions. So we'll ask a few questions to the presenters. My first question is that we received directed to Dr. Maya, that what advice can you give for the students of linguistics as to how they can draw intersection between linguistics and healthcare communication? This is question number one. But another important question that has also been asked, I can also add into that, that is, how do you educational initiatives within universities to create awareness and sensitivity among future healthcare professionals? Thank you. Dr. Maya, please. Professor Maya,
can you hear me
please...
now?
Yes, yes, you are.
Okay, so these are very good questions. I was a bit worried that there were no questions from the audience, so thank you so much for these two questions. Number one was the intersectionality between linguistics and healthcare. Actually, in University Malaya, there have been some studies conducted between the Faculty of Linguistics and the Faculty of Dentistry regarding gum welfare and teeth welfare. So the details of these I can provide later, but I just want to let you know that there is a study on that. And there's also a study on the discourse of patients in the process of being diagnosed with dementia. So there's that is another study, again with the Faculty of Languages and the medical faculty. So dementia, intersectionality can go across many, many directions with linguistics. I always say in any company we keep, in any function we go to, as linguists, we can talk on the intersectionality because people ask questions, like the questions the participants here have asked. What's the connection between language and healthcare? What is the connection between purchasing something and linguistics? We've done studies like that. And if you really want to see the intersectionality, one area that I did a study in Pakistan was on forensic linguistics. And forensic linguistics is a very great field to go into. And I'm so happy to hear that there are some academics in Pakistan who are starting to work on forensic linguistics, which is the connection between law and language. We discussed in our paper accommodation, assimilation, and so on. And there have been many studies done in Australia regarding forensic linguistics. Philippines is leading also in forensic linguistics. This is an area Pakistan can move into, and even into medical healthcare. We have a PhD student from Pakistan now who's actually looking at the connection between surgeons and other medical professionals in a private university hospital. And of course, she's just in the early processes, but this is a research objective, and we have to yet to clear her proposal. So it's great to be working with students from different countries, and with Pakistan especially, because of the area of interest moving into forensic linguistics, moving into medical, the connection between health and medicine and language. So these connections are there. I think I've responded to both questions in my answer.
Yes, you are.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for such a comprehensive response that you have given to these questions. Second question is directed to Mr. Baijo Thomas. And the question is that as a student interested in this field, what recommendations would you provide incorporating AI in English language learning for students with special educational needs at institutional and individual level?
Sir, it is this AI technology is now recently it is increased. A lot of softwares are coming up for the special children, because you know that the special children have some difficulties to learn the languages and all. So we need some support from AI. So recently there are new softwares are developing. Through this software, we can help the students, and it will be beneficial for them for their learning the language. So I suggest that the students can, if they can get this softwares and this technology, they can learn better way the grammar and the language pronunciation and other things. It will be helpful for them. That's my okay.
Thank you so much. Thank you. The third question is directed to our keynote presenter, Dr. Muntazir Mehdi. What are some examples of ecocentric languages or linguistic features in indigenous culture, and what can we learn from them? Dr. Mehdi, if you are around, you can respond.
Ji, Assalamu alaikum. Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
जी अच्छा डॉक्टर साहब मैं वो कुछ देख रहा था there were certain questions that students posed. I couldn't get actually what you were asking. अगर if you could please repeat the question.
I repeat. What are some examples of ecocentric languages or linguistic features in indigenous culture, and what can we learn? Examples, in fact, they are asking.
Okay, well, what I could gather is that you are asking about the names of those languages which are eco-linguistic sort of languages. Is it so? Or ecocentric,
yes.
like?
Ecocentric linguistic features.
Mm-hmm.
Dr. Muntazir, let me help you. In fact, you missed that part because of a shortage of time. You talked about text that you picked up from the novel that you selected primarily Hatchard
Hatchet.
for presentation. So if you would like to give some examples, if are readily available, so that thirsty audience could quench their thirst.
Oh, I see. Right now, I think the presentation is not in front of me. I'll share the presentation with them. So the text I selected, or the article is also now published and is available online. I mean, if they could simply type this and they can get all that in that one. But actually, Brian, when he was there, I mean, he drank water, he used, the branches of trees for his own shelter. So actually, what my point of focus was that humans, whenever they are in need of something, they use nature. Now, I was reading some of the questions that the audience saw. There were about 4 to 5 questions. So one thing, destruction of nature. I was saying that nature is a provider, and humans, they use that provision of those natural elements whenever they need that one. For example, if we live in, let's say, Skardu, that people need heat. So they generate that heat by using firewood and all that. So whenever they're using that nature, for example, we are using nature for our own purposes, right? Using from, this, petrol, clothing, tissues and all that. So we're using actually nature for our own purposes. But when we exceed, when we superfluously, we are using that. So that, of course, could be termed as destruction of nature, and we should avoid that.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Now for the final remarks and vote of thanks by the chair. As we announced in the beginning, Professor Dr. Ghulam Ali Bariro was preside over this session, but he couldn't for his immediate engagement. Now, during the conference, during the session that was underway, we had requested Professor Dr. Shaban, Chair, Department of English Linguistics and Literature, to take over as the chair of the session. I request now Professor Dr. Shaban Rafi to share his remarks and extend the vote of thanks to the learned panelists. Thank you.
Dr. Awais bin Wasi, thank you so much introducing me. You have called on me the time which is very critical when everyone is waiting for the lunch, probably, or cannot resist the smell. So I first would like to say you thank you so much for your moderation of the entire session. And you have very well summarized the presentations, and you have very well posed questions to all the presenters. I know the number of questions are quite many, and we have less time to cover all the questions. I would like the organizers could put those questions or throw those questions to the presenters, and so they could answer those questions and then can delegate those questions to the participants, or participants themselves can connect with our presenters. You have their email address, you know where they are. I am once again very thankful to Dr. Ghulam Ali Biririo for his presentation, Dr. Muntazar Mehndi, Dr. Rafiq, Miss Nimra Nazmi, and Miss Faiza Arshad, Dr. Maya Devard, and her co-presenter, Mr. Hassan, and finally, Mr. Bejo Thomas from India. I am really grateful for your time, for your wonderful presentation. We look forward to reading your full-length paper, and please feel free to share your paper. We would love to pass on to our audience. Thank you so much once again, and this is going to be our lunch break time, and over to Dr. Awais.
Thank you very much, sir. With this, we come to the end of the first session of our first day of International Conference on Applied Linguistics 2024. There is going to be a break of 50 minutes. The next session will start at 1:50 sharp. Till then, thank you so much. Stay tuned.
Questions. Number one is the intersection.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum. I, Hira Rafiq, welcome you all to the second session of the conference. There will be 6 presentations, and duration for the will be around 1 hour and 15 minutes. It's an honor, ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor to invite our first keynote speaker and chair for this session, Professor Dr. Fatima Sayyeda. She's a professor and chairperson of the English department at Foreman Christian College, University, Lahore. With a PhD in English language and literature from the University of the Punjab, Lahore, her research focuses on men as victims of violence in fiction. Dr. Sayyeda's interests span masculinity studies, South Asian literature in English, digital literary studies, and modern drama. She is a prolific author with publications in national and international journals. I invite Dr. Fatima Sayyeda to present on the topic, Literature in the Age of Artificial Intelligence. Professor Dr. Fatima Sayyeda. Over to you, madam. Professor Dr. Fatima Sayyeda. Ma'am, are you there? It's not. Okay. Okay. Dear audience, our next keynote speaker is Dr. Tahira Askar. She is an assistant professor at Department of English Literature at the Islamic University of Bahawalpur. Her topic of presentation is Impact of YouTube, an AI-powered platform on Pakistani ESL learners' non-verbal oral presentational skills, a Kuzai experimental study. Dr. Tahira Asghar. Over to you, madam.
Assalamu alaikum. Thank you so much, madam, for the honor. And I must congratulate you to organize such a big event. And that's an honor that I am here with you all. And currently I am serving as an associate professor in the Islamic University of Bahawalpur. So today, should I take a start now?
Yes, please.
Okay. Okay. Is this visible to all?
Yes, it is visible.
Okay, good. So today the topic of my presentation is impact of YouTube and AI-powered platform on Pakistani ESL learners' non-verbal oral presentation skills, a Kuzai experimental study. What do you understand by this, that impact of YouTube and AI-powered platform? What I get, that this is the application of modern genie in ESL domain. You know that in our childhood, we always wish that there must be a jinn to fulfill every task that we have to do, that we have to perform. So AI is there. AI is that modern genie that is helping us in ESL domain as well. Let it be ESL teaching or ESL learning. So coming towards the abstract. So the 21st century, we know that it has witnessed a transformative period marked by the resurgence of artificial intelligence in various domains. As an integral component of our daily life, AI has permeated diverse aspects globally. And in the realm of education, it has revolutionized traditional teaching and learning methodologies, particularly with an English language classroom through the introduction of AI-powered. Am I visible to all?
Yes, you are.
Okay, thank you. AI has revolutionized traditional teaching and learning methodologies, particularly within English language classroom. Through the introduction of this educational tool, such as YouTube, as a prominent video sharing platform, it is harnessing the capabilities of our students, or it is harnessing the capabilities of artificial intelligence. YouTube has assumed a crucial role in education, providing a versatile array of content across different disciplines, and especially in the field of English language learning, or it is helping us in English language classrooms, especially. So this study explores the integration of YouTube as an educational tool in English language classrooms in Pakistan, focusing on its impact on oral presentation skills, recognized globally as indicative of an individual's professionalism. We know that oral presentation skills, they are necessary, not in an academic way, but also that they help us to grow professionally as well. So these OPs, or we may call it oral presentation skills, play a vital role in effective communication. And YouTube's efficacy in enhancing such essential skills, it has led to its widespread adoption in various countries, including Pakistan especially. Employing a Kuzai experimental approach, this study investigates the influence of YouTube videos on the non-verbal aspects of oral presentation skills among ESL learners in Pakistan. And current study involved a purposive sampling of 20 ESL learners enrolled at the Islamia University of Bahawalpur. The study's findings revealed that the YouTube videos were perceived as a productive tool by Pakistani ESL learners, as it contributes to the enhancement of their non-verbal aspects of oral presentation skills. And improvements were noted in their facial expressions, gestures, eye contact, body posture, and overall movement. So first of all, I want to discuss that what is the impact, means what is this the role of acknowledging it. We know that in the 21st century, technology has emerged as a dominant force permeating every aspect of our life, and particularly artificial intelligence has come forward to revolutionize various domains, including education. And within this, as I talked earlier, that AI has significantly advanced language learning process. Okay, so AI powered platforms like YouTube have become instrumental in accelerating the language learning process, offering learners personalized experiences and fostering an engagement. That YouTube, because of its vast array of informational videos, has gained attention as a valuable resource for ESL and EFL learners, providing them with the opportunities to observe, listen, and learn from real life language usages. So studies have shown its efficacy in improving various language skills, including speaking, listening, reading, and writing. While there is an extensive research on YouTube's impact on language skills, especially, but I couldn't find any study that investigated the impact of YouTube videos on ESL learners' oral presentation skills, that how it is helping them to improve their oral presentation skills as well. So therefore, I decided to conduct such a study and to find out the impact of YouTube videos on Pakistani ESL learners' non-verbal oral presentation skills. So what are non-verbal oral presentation skills? As I told you earlier, that non-verbal oral presentation skills, they are a part of oral presentation skills, and they are referring to the use of body language, gestures, facial expressions, and other nonverbal cues to effectively communicate a message during an oral presentation. And these skills play a crucial role in conveying confidence, credibility, and engagement with the audience. We can see that some key nonverbal oral presentation skills are eye contact, that we must keep an eye contact with our audience. And it must not be focused on a single person or on a single member of the audience, but we should make an eye contact with different audience member rather than fixating on one spot. What it will show that our confidence, and it will help establish a connection. Okay, so what should be our body posture? It should be that if we are standing or sitting, it should be upright with shoulders back, not like this, that we are slouching or we are slouching or fidgeting. No, because it can convey nervousness or lack of confidence if we are doing so. Then come towards gestures. We should use appropriate hand gestures that can convey our message effectively and make it more engaging as well. So, however, gestures should be natural and not overly exaggerated. Or overly exaggerated or repetitive, that they may distract our audience too. Our facial expressions, they should be expressive ones that can convey enthusiasm, sincerity, and passion for the topic. However, gestures should be natural. Our facial expressions, for example, our smile, when it is appropriate, it must be used. And we should adjust our facial expressions to match the tone of the message. We should also consider voice modulation in it. We have to keep on varying our tone, pitch, and volume, because it can help us to maintain the audience interest and emphasize the key points as well. We should focus on movement as well. We should move purposefully around the class or around the stage when we are in a class or when we are doing any task. What it can do, it can also emphasize the key points. And we should make use of audiovisual aids too. We should dress and appear in a proper manner. Our lecture or our things, ESL related content or material, it should be adaptable, okay? Because we know that our audience is having different reaction, and we should adjust our non-verbal communication accordingly. For example, if you notice that the audience is becoming disengaged, we might increase we might increase and we might change our energy level and use more dynamic gestures to regain their attention. And we must come with some preparation and rehearsals too. These are some of the keynote, what we can say, these are some of the keynote oral, non-verbal oral presentation skills. We know that that this era of 21st century is ruled by trailblazing emergence of what I have discussed, all that is given through the perspectives of different critics, different linguists, that they have researched and found out that this era, we know that this is an era of technology, and technology has turned out to be the language of the current age. As Albert says, it has been infiltrated in every walk of life. Said et al. Says, and Ghaffar et al. Says the technological advancements were prompted in order to bring their livelihood at ease for the human creatures, such as artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence, that is also known as machine intelligence, it refers to the intellectually equipped machines, such as computer systems that work and think like humans. Then Lucas says that as an eminent part of our daily life, the integration of AI is notable in various domains of life, where the education has no exception. So in the realm of education, AI has brought revolutionary advancements in language classrooms, specifically in English language classrooms. AI plays a momentous role in the development, improvement, and enhancement of all the 4 English language skills, such as speaking, reading, writing, and listening. But as I told you earlier, that no specific study was conducted to find out the impact of YouTube on non-verbal oral presentation skills. So there are various AI-powered platforms that can be used in classrooms to speed up language learning process, and one of them is YouTube. So YouTube is a web version of internet. It is an online video-based web page that contains a significant amount of content and information-based videos. It encompasses innumerable informational videos related to every walk of life, such as politics, current affairs, weather, broadcasting, etc., where education has no exception. In the field of education, YouTube has picked up steam. At the beginning of 21st century, when learners started using audiovisual materials in comparison with printed ones, Jahida, he considered YouTube as an efficient and a promiscuous online tool for ESL and EFL learners to learn English language, as it equipped ESL learners with a chance to learn English language by observing, listening, and watching that how native speakers are actually using the language in real life situations. Means it made them, as we know that being an EFL learner of English, we are not having a direct input of the language. So from where we were getting that, from where ESL learners may get that is from the YouTube, by watching them using their language in real life situations. So moreover, YouTube also enables ESL learner to enhance their various English language skills. Stati, as cited in Kiana, says that such as speaking, listening, reading, and writing skills, they are enhanced through the use of YouTube. She investigated the impact of using YouTube videos and pictures on the writing skills of Indonesian EFL learners using experimental approach.
We are running short of time. So would you kindly consider wrapping up your presentation in the next few minutes?
Yeah, why not? So as I have briefed you about what are non-verbal oral presentation skills and what research has been done on this and what was the gap in between that I needed to conduct such a study. So one basic research question of my study was that what is the impact of YouTube videos on Pakistani ESL learners' non-verbal oral presentation skills? And to investigate this, I conducted an quasi experimental study. So I took 2 groups. One group was experimental and the other was control group. I gave them pre-test, and that was designed by some experts, by me and my colleagues. We then that how we were going to assess their presentation skills. Then I gave the experimental group experimental treatment, that I made them watch different or videos, educational videos related to oral presentation, non-oral presentation skills, specifically focusing on non-verbal aspects. Then control group was also there, but they were only taught through pictorial representations. They were not given such experimental treatment. Then afterwards, post-test was taken, and the impact of YouTube videos was located. So the targeted population, as I told you earlier, that they were from the Islamic University of Bahawalpur. They were learning, they were 20 ESL learners and studying in the department of IUB named as department, HNT department. And they were selected through purposive sampling. The data was taken and then it was analyzed through SPSS software version 22. And the data was analyzed by using paired sample t-test. The pair sample t-test scores show that there was a difference between the pre-tests of both the groups. Pre-test of the groups the control group, their mean score was 34, while the post-test score of the control group was 36. And when we see that what is the main difference, we know that this difference of 6, that is significant one, and we may observe that other values mentioned in the table, that the p-value, it is significant, their effect size value, that is also significant, but at a moderate level. The statistical analysis publicized that the main difference between the mean scores and their effect size is a good one. While the post-test scores of experimental group and the pre-test scores, there was a mean difference of, there was a greater mean difference of 19.7. For example, sorry for this, and their t-value or their effect size was 0.9, while the effect size of the control group was 0.6. That was also good, also significant, but the effect size 0.9, that is more larger value. Okay. So what are the results? The results of the study indicated that the main difference between the pre-test and post-test scores
of YouTube videos on the non-verbal effects of oral presentation skills among ESL learners in Pakistan. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now we have Professor Dr. Fatima Sayyeda with us. The topic of her presentation is Literature in the Age of Artificial Intelligence. Over to you, madam.
Assalamu alaikum and a very good afternoon. I can't hear because the previous presenter is still sharing.
You can...
Am I audible and is it visible?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Thank you. So first of all, I would like to congratulate you for organizing this virtual conference. And I would also like to thank you for letting me talk on this very relevant topic. And I just realized that each one of us has 15 minutes, so I'll quickly start. I'll be looking at the way literature has responded to, this digital shift in the age of artificial intelligence. And why is it? Okay. So I'll skip the introduction, digital humanities, and the digitization of literature, and I'll straight away go to the objectives. Basically, this talk aims at initiating a dialogue between the digital literacy and the conventional scholarship, specifically in literary studies, in order to determine the future probability of digital literary readiness through an exploration of a newer literary and linguistic spectrum. The purpose is to discuss the relevance of literature to the digital world around us by focusing upon the difference between ingenuity and intuition specifically. And then I also want to analyze the past transitions in literary studies that we have experienced, or the people before us experienced, and then I would like to discover the function of AI and the digital tools, specifically in literature, and the impact of the same on literary expressions. Finally, I aim to discuss how the use of AI has not only affected the production, reading, and analysis of literature, but also it has introduced new critical perspectives and innovative ways of interpretations. So digital humanities, I would say that it's just a new conception of human connection, which is also the, the main concern of literary writings. I'll skip that, but talking about the components of digital humanities, we have the technological aspect. That's very obvious. It's digital humanities. So there is this, the creation of tools to support and engage in humanities research. There is text language, searchable archives, exhibitions, maps, word clouds, etc. But then there is also an ideological aspect to it, defining it, identifying it, looking at its impact on humanity and different experiences related to it. And then the social aspect, I mean, the group of researchers, the learners, as well as the teachers, how is it that they create and explore the humanities and the world, the digital world. So if we look at the traditional, so if we look at the traditional versus digital humanities approach, in the traditional humanities approach, the emphasis was more on close reading, which has now shifted and to distant reading. So there is large amount of data that can be dealt with the help of different digital tools, but the reading has become distant instead of being the close one that we used to have earlier. These are a few examples of digital humanities projects. I'll simply jump to digital literary analysis, keeping in view the time. The use of digital methods and tools to re-examine, compel, and read literary texts is what is the main concern. Now, how is it that the scholars in the field of literary studies have responded to this digital shift and the use of the AI? The very first step, of course, was the digitization of literature. And yes, most of the students, I would say today, even the teachers, they read the text now on their laptops, on their tablets, and Kindle, even on their mobiles. So we do find the soft forms of so many literary texts, and that have already been, converted into the soft forms. If we talk about literature, literature has always been viewed as a diametrical opposite to the digital world. And some of the concerns for this kind of an idea is that the scholars in the field of literary studies, they believe that if we make this shift to the digital, we'll reduce literature to mere data. And then it will also kill close reading. And there also is this fear of losing the human in the humanities, which is the main concern in literature also. So looking at the difference between the readings of literature and the other fields, intuition is something that is specifically required for reading and appreciating literature. So the question now is that is the mind's intuition, meaning that its ability to grasp truth and meaning, reducible to a machine, to computation? Can it be done? Can it be reduced to that? And especially, when you work in formal systems, I mean, for the systems that are formulaic in nature, like those in mathematics, you're allowed for this, and you're allowed to have this precise expression of truth and falsehood. There are two things, something that can be proved with the help of these formulas or within this formal system, or something that cannot be proved. So typically we establish truth by using the tools of proof. We use rules to prove something, so we know it's definitely true if it can be proved. Especially the very common example that we usually give is that the simple arithmetic, equation 2 plus 2 is equal to 4, because it can be proven with the help of the formula that we have already. But in literature, 2 plus 2 may be equal to 7 or maybe 8 or maybe 15. So ordinary equations, true statements in the system of arithmetic, they are provable using the rules of arithmetic. And literature may not, or any statements, any truths that we establish through the readings of literature, they may not be provable through such a system. So it becomes all of this, it boils down to the difference between truth and provability. So there may be truths that cannot be proven. So the faculty of intuition cannot be reduced to an algorithm, to the rules of a system. That's the problem. Also, the activity of the intuition consists in making spontaneous judgments which are not the result of conscious trains of reasoning. These judgments are often, but by no means, invariably correct. And again, you don't really know what is correct. There is no one correct, meaning cannot be fixed in the in the readings of literature. So by allowing for intuition as a distinct form and outside of the operations of a purely formal system like a computer, Turing, and I'm referring to Alan Turing, the one of the first people working in this field, he actually suggested that there may be differences between computer programs that do math and mathematics and the kind of systems that we have in literary readings. Now, for the mathematical processes, we do need ingenuity, and that works the best. And let's see what is the difference between ingenuity and intuition here. The exercise of ingenuity in mathematics consists in aiding the intuition through suitable arrangements of propositions and perhaps geometrical figures or drawings, or just like I referred to it earlier as formulas. So it is intended that when these are really well arranged, the validity of the intuitive steps which are required cannot seriously be doubted. They are exact. So concluding this discussion on intuition and ingenuity, intuition is more related to the mind and the workings of mind, the way mind works. And ingenuity is more related to the mechanics, the way a machine works. And that's the difference between the two. So the fundamental difference is actually the disjuncture between literature and enumeration. So the numbers and literature, they're considered to be two different things. And so this is the first part of my talk where, there are people who are saying that literature is maybe dying down in the digital age because, it requires those intuitive skills and which a machine or the mechanics cannot support. But from this point onwards, the second part of my talk starts where I would say that to focus on whether literature is dying in the digital age is just to miss the enormous opportunity that a medium shift affords us. So we need to take a few steps back and focus more on the fundamental questions like what is literature, what was it, how is it changing, and what is it for? So this is not the first time that there is a transition or there's a shift in literary technology. I'll refer to Plato's Phaedrus, the text. And in that text, what happens at one point is that at the time of the invention of writing, and I'm talking about writing with pen, Thiers, its inventor, he actually boasted to to the Egyptian king, Thamus, that writing would make the Egyptians wiser and improve their memory. And Themis responds to Theus by arguing that writing will in fact weaken the memory, you see, and forcing the mind to rely on external, objective, and inhuman records. Writing, Themis says, will introduce forgetfulness into the soul of those who learn it. Those who employ this dangerous technology will put their trust in writing, which is external and depends on signs that belong to others, instead of trying to remember from the inside, completely on their own. So this is very interesting to see that the first shift from the human mind to writing, it was initially rejected, it was not encouraged, and people were apprehensive of this change, just like they are today with this second change, not exactly second, because writing with the pen was a tradition for some time, and then when the printing press came, there was another, kind of discouragement of printing, because they thought that literature would lose its essence. You write with the pen that has a feeling, the writing, and then it would be lost if things are simply printed. So through all these traditions, literature has survived and has actually evolved, I would say, in so many positive ways. So this kind of idea actually helps us to look at AI or this digital shift that we've been talking about as a new phase of human cognition. So there are different context zones that we can see. For example, what was there in the old and how is it replaced in the new. So instead of writing, maybe there is encoding. Reading has led on to browsing, publishing to transmitting, preservation to migration, absorption, immersion, mimesis, modeling, and imagination to simulation. So this definitely helps to build this new literary and linguistic spectrum that we're talking about.
Your presentation in
Is the time over?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, let me give me 1 minute. I just wanted to talk about how it helps to deconstruct and then design the new workflows, how it helps you in creating new competing, overlapping, and contestatory digital worlds, and it creates more spaces, how it is more inclusive and wholesome, how it helps in the proliferation of new worlds, acceleration of knowledge, expansion of scholarship within this field, and then text production. It becomes a collaborative efforts then. So just like we in computer have programming, in literature we have worlding, and in the other fields of humanities also. And then, of course, there's no time to discuss the examples. It would have been interesting if we did that. But this transition to AI may be viewed as a juncture, I would say, offering productive moments for literary thinking, presenting opportunities to understand better what literature is and how it can be adapted to thrive in a new media environment. So it should be seen as just a shift in the environment that is more productive and that may be helpful and useful in so many other ways. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Professor Dr. Fatima Sayyeda, Chair for this session, for enlightening us with your words of wisdom. Your expertise and perspective added valuable insights to our understanding of this complex intersection between literature and technology. Thank you very much, Madam.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Dear audience, our next speaker is Mr. Abdul Momin Khalil. He is a doctoral student in Applied Language and Culture Studies, Laboratory at the Faculty of Letters and Human Sciences, Shuaib Dukali University, Morocco. The topic of his presentation is AI Integration in ELT, Advancing 21st Century Skills in Language Learning. Mr. Abdul Momin Khalil, over to you, sir.
Good morning from Morocco. I would like first to thank the ICAL organization committee for giving us this opportunity to present our latest research in applied linguistics, especially in II integration in the language learning. So let me first share the presentation with you. I hope that it's visible right now. Is it visible, please?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so we get back to the. So first of all, I would like to introduce myself. My name is Abdul Khalil. I am an applied language and cultural studies doctoral student at the Faculty of Literary and Human Sciences, Shuaib Dukali University in Al Jadida. This research is conducted alongside with my supervisor, Dr. Nadia Hilalat. She is a PhD holder and she is a teacher in the National School of Commerce and Management at Shuaib Dukali University. So my presentation is entitled II Integration in ALT, Advancing 21st Century Skills in Language Learning. So without much ado, I will go through the following headlines. So an introduction, definition of II, what the literature says about the II, educational benefits of II in ALT, and the challenges of II in ALT, then implication for practices, future research, and then conclusion. So the introduction, following technological advancement. So I have an issue here. Following technological advancement, the debate over how artificial intelligence will affect all aspects of a human behavior has gained traction, especially in language teaching. Since the late 2022, AI-powered technology such as ChatGPT and its integration, ChatGPT-4, as well as other large language models, has swept the world by storm. There is growing recognition that these emerging technologies present immediate as well as far-reaching opportunities, challenges, and the risk to education system, and especially in English language teaching in an EFL context. However, present research and guidelines for using artificial intelligence in the educational sector are inadequate, and further investigation of these challenges is required. So for beneficial practices of the integration of II in English language teaching, so further investigation should be conducted in this field. Although there are now a variety of resources available for teachers on classroom-based use of II tools, such as blogs, webinars, and how-to guides, there is a need for deeper engagement with the opportunities, issues, and challenges that II presents. And as I said before, especially in the English language teaching and learning. This paper contributes to this emerging research, specifically on the impact of II on English language instruction in educational system. It means the impact or the good use of II integration in learning foreign or second language. And in this context, we are talking about English language learning and teaching. It was considered that any remark on the current state and potential future of II in ALT should include a broader spectrum of stakeholder perspectives. As a result, this paper builds on findings from the systematic review and combines perspectives and opinions worldwide. So the definition of II, in this paper, II is described as a computer system that can communicate, understand, and remember human language, according to Sterdman et al. 2021. Crucially, the use of the word II remains highly controversial because it refers to a variety of systems. So it means there is no exact definition of AI. In this paper, we use more precise terms like generative AI or LLMS whenever possible. According to the literature, a review of the available literature revealed that an up-to-date comprehensive study was required to present the current application of II in ALT for learners of all ages. It means we need further investigation and research on the integration of II in language learning across different ages. Asia is currently in the forefront of II in ALT research, with more than 2/3 of articles coming from Asia and 90% from China. It means Asia and China are more researching the area of II in English language learning. More research is being undertaken on II in ALT than there was 5 or 10 years ago, reflecting the recent increase in the amount of II tools available and public interest in II. Interestingly, the data indicates a considerable lack in peer-reviewed research on II in adults ALT conducted outside of the official school system. The majority of studies are centered on students in higher education. This may reflect the general demographic change toward people acquiring English at a younger age, according to the Trajectory Partnership 2018. So educational benefits of II in ALT. It means how can we take the good advantage of II integration in ALT. The review identified 5 important areas in which II is being applied in ALT, so as to improve speaking, writing, and reading skills to support pedagogy and to promote self-regulation. Surprisingly, among the language skills, listening was not identified as an area where II is being used to assess. So it means II research in language teaching excluded listening compared to other language skills like speaking, writing, and reading. So this might be a research gap for future research to investigate the implementation of II in language learning, especially in the listening skill. According to speaking, in the speaking area, studies show that II-powered systems and programs can significantly improve pronunciation skills. So there is a positive correlation between the use of II and the development of pronunciation skills. A study by Liu and Hogg 2016 found that using visual pitches representation as a spectrogram and II significantly improved pronunciation by reducing flatness and intonation patterns in Taiwanese learners. Shiva Kumar et al. 2019 study found that an II coach in higher education improved learners' fluency and accuracy in language structures by tailoring instruction to individual learning patterns.
Please conclude your presentation.
In the conclusion, so is it time?
Yes.
I will talk briefly about some challenges of II in ALT. So technology breakdowns include technical malfunctions and poor connectivity. One specific technology breakdown was incorrect answers given by the II, limited capabilities in areas where users need more sophisticated features. Because of these restricted features, students lost interest in utilizing the chatbot. So we have the concern of fair, standardized language and ideologies. Now we'll briefly move on to implication for practice. Since English language instruction is probably going to be the subject area where II is used in education, the most II literacy needs to be emphasized in the education and training of English language teacher. So implication for practice, II can help students feel less nervous about speaking by offering them a conversation partner and opportunities for further language practice. Clear procedures to guarantee data protection should be established, as well as accessible and unambiguous ethics declaration for II in ALT. Practitioners should be wary of hype and realistic about the current limitation of II. For future research, the majority of explored studies were from Asia. Future studies conducted in a wider range of geographies would make a result more widely generalizable. Many studies were conducted in higher education. More studies are needed in Q12, school level education and adult learning. The challenge of II use in ALT are not as well reported as the benefits. Further efforts are needed to make explicit the challenge of using II in ALT. So conclusion, this paper shed light on how AI contributes to the development of skills in the 21st century. The review outlines 5 major areas in which AI significantly improves ALT, encouraging critical 21st century skills. The implication of AI to improve listening skills is yet an explored subject. The incorporation of AI in English language teaching has important implication for developing learners 21st century. The different categorization of AI systems is an inherent issue that necessitates deeper investigation in order to effectively address its role in developing 21st century skills within ALT. So thank you for your attention. This is some references at the end of my presentation. Thank you for listening, and thank you for these valuable opportunities to share with you the latest finding concerning AI and integration in language learning. So the floor is yours, Chair.
Thank you, sir, for your presentation on the topic AI integration in ELT. Your insights have shed light on the innovative ways AI is transforming language education and enhancing learner skills for the modern world. Dear
Thank you so
audience,
much.
our next speaker is Dr. Shiva Sardar Ali. She is an assistant professor at Majma University, Saudi Arabia. The topic of her presentation is eco-criticism and Robert Frost as a nature poet. Over to you, Madam Dr. Shiva Sardar Ali.
Assalamu alaikum. Yes, I am here.
Walaikum assalam. Ma'am, please share your screen.
Screen sharing, it will be shared by you or I have to share it?
Just wait a minute. Just wait a minute.
Yes. Yes, sure. Yes. As the major theme of the conference is applied linguistics, and applied linguistics is a new area of and eco-linguistics is the new area of applied linguistics, and applied linguistics is also not a very old. It is just started before 30-40 years ago, and it has many major branches of applied linguistics, as we have eco-linguistics, how language can be studied or how the nature can be studied in the context of language, as we have computational linguistics, as many papers, interesting papers are presented by different presenters on artificial intelligence, computational linguistics, psycholinguistics, neurolinguistics. All these are branches of applied linguistics. So it is a very interesting area like cognitive linguistics, biolinguistics, so many new areas are here. So my topic is eco-criticism, how literature can be related to or how the environment can be studied in the context of language. And already in literature, many famous nature poets we have, as William Wordsworth, and especially today I will talk about Robert Frost, his famous poems, how he has written about nature and how we human beings are related to nature. If we destroy the nature, and nature will destroy us, and we can see so many global impact of because of this because of this yes, eco-linguistics, and because of this disturbance of the nature. So my topic is eco-criticism. So first of all, I will talk about what is eco-criticism. Eco-criticism is the study of the relationship between language and the physical environment. Yes. Just as feminist criticism examines language and literature from a gender conscious perspective, and Marxist criticism brings an awareness of modes of production and economic class to its reading of text, Eco-criticism takes an earth-centered approach to literary studies. What is eco-criticism? In simple words, we can say eco-criticism is a study of the relationship between literature and physical environment. Lawrence Buell is the pioneer of eco-criticism, and he was influenced by Ralph Waldo Emerson. What do eco-critics do? What is their duties? What are the critics study in any literary work? So eco-criticism takes as its subject the interconnection between nature and culture. Here, this picture uh, is presenting all that is separate from us, all which philosophy distinguishes as the not me, that both nature and art, and nature and language, and nature and human beings, we are not separate. Both nature and art, all other man and my own body must be ranked under this name, and this is nature. Eco-critical views are given by different philosophers, different poets, different writers. Human beings are ecologically or environmentally embedded. Yes, it is very true. Without nature, we can't imagine our life. And how we have to preserve it, how we have to keep it safe. This we also study in eco-criticism, in eco-linguistics. Remediation of humankind's alienation from the natural world, said by Buell. World of nature and the world of men are parts of the same world, Diana Phillips, an eco-critic. Humanity is literally part of nature, Neil Everland. Another concern of most of the eco-critics is anthropocentric idea. Liu Ferry suggests that nature should be disciplined, polished, and cultivated. In short, humanized. Yes, as a human being, we have to keep it safe. We have to be disciplined with nature. We have to be polished with nature. They think nature as controlled by human. And here, the particular poet I am going to talk about here, eco-criticism and Robert Frost, how it is related. Robert Frost was an American poet. He won Pulitzer Prize because of, especially he wrote about nature and how he has related nature to human being. He won Pulitzer Prize in poetry 4 times, mainly as a nature poet. So why to see his poems from an eco-critical side? First of all, we will see eco-criticism in Robert Frost's poem. First comes rhythm and style that Frost mostly didn't write in free verse. He gives most of the place to nature elements in his poetry like wood, trees, flower, domestic animals, land, that is earth, etc. He treats nature in both positive and negative ways. He has related nature to the human beings in both the positive and negative ways. The rural life is depicted largely in his poems. First of all, first poem is here. I will talk about some of his famous 4 poems that is especially related to eco-criticism. In the poem, The Gift Outright, the land was ours before we were the land's. She was our land more than 100 years. Yes, of course. Land here, the nature is personified here. Why humans are not naturified? If earth can be related to human beings. By these lines, we can see that Robert Frost sees nature as the other and as the thing, as a commodity which can be given, taken, bought, sold, or worn, which can be preserved, which can be humanized. Another poem in the poem Mending Wall, Wall and Trees. Yes, trees seem to be the cause of the separation of the neighbor. There where it is we do not need the wall. Here he is all pine and I am apple orchard. My apple trees will never get across and eat the cones under his pines, I tell him. Here, two opposite ideas, just opposition between human construction and nature. Another poem, in the poem Design, he questions to the destructiveness of nature, assorted character of death and blight. What brought the kindred spider to that height? Then steered the white moth thither in the night. What but design of darkness to appel? Here he is accepting only the beauty of the nature for his own purpose, and he is not seeing nature as its whole. In the poem The Road Not Taken, yes, it is one of the very famous poem of Robert Frost, and personally I like this poem very much because of the metaphorical use, because of so many connotative meaning of this poem. This poem personally I like very much. The Road Not Taken. Even the title is very beautiful, wonderful title. In this poem, he, after thinking logically, chooses one path which is less traveled by. Here in the picture, you can see the road not taken. Two roads we have, and sometimes we also have this dilemma. We have two choices, but we are not able to choose one, and then took the other, less traveled by, then took the other as just as fair, and having perhaps the better claim, because it was grassy and wanted wear. In leaves, no step had trodden black. I shall be telling this with a sigh, yes, sometime. We are regret or we are wonderful of our choice. In the underlined lines, we find contradiction, yes. In the poem Stopping Wyvords, yes, it is also a wonderful poem by Robert Frost. That otherness between human and nature is seen. And the anthropocentric idea is reflected here. My little horse must think it queer. Yes, very famous line. The woods are lovely, dark and deep, but I have promises to keep and miles to go before I sleep. In the poem Fire and Ice, it seems that Frost is taking the ice as negative phenomenon. I think I know enough of hate to say that for destruction, ice is also great. A snowdrop spider, he will not see me stopping here to watch his world fill up with snow and frozen lake, stopping by boats. This is how we can do a keen reading of this poem from an eco critical side. In our subconscious, the feeling of being superior than nature is always laid. So, in this way, we can do the eco critical reading that how the writer treats the nature, and we human beings, how can we save, how can we preserve the nature? Because nature, if we human we if we preserve the nature, nature will keep us safe, nature will keep preserve us. Thank you so much for your listening.
Thank you so very much, madam, for your valuable insights on the topic of eco-criticism and Robert Frost as a nature poet. Your insights have provided a deeper understanding of the intricate relationship between literature, environmentalism, and poetic works of Robert Frost. Dear audience, our next presenter is Ms. Afshan Abbasi from Shah Abdul Latif University, Khairpur, Pakistan. The topic of her presentation is Feminist Literary Critique, Self-Actualization, and Freedom in Khalid Hosseini's A Thousand Splendid Suns. Ms. Afshan Abbasi, over to you. Ms. Afshan? Ms. Afshan, are you here? Please unmute your mic. Ms. Afshan, please unmute your mic. Ladies and gentlemen, our next speaker is Ms. Sayyida Malika Zahra. She is the lecturer in English department at National University of Modern Languages, Islamabad. The topic of her presentation is the social media landscape, a multimodal discourse analysis of representations of women characters. Ms. Sayyida Malika Zahra, over to you.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone.
Walaikum assalam.
Thank you so much. This is Sayyida Malika Zahra. Thank you for the generous introduction. I'm from National University of Modern Languages. Miss Hiya, can you please tell me, will your media team hear my... Okay, that's great. Yes, please come to the abstract slide. Okay, I'll just start off with the introduction, abstract and the introduction. Well, in this paper, I and my co-author, Dr. Muntasir Mehdi, have tried to focus on the widespread phenomena of creating and sharing the short clips, commonly known as reels and shorts as well, within the digital landscape. Can you please share that relevant slide, abstract slide? So these reels have become an integral part of how people express themselves and have fun online. However, the issue emerges, yes, exactly the same, thank you. Emerges that many of these reels conform to the prevalent gender stereotypes, particularly in how they portray women, which may have implications on how people view themselves and interact with others, keeping in view the gender equality. The selected data was analyzed using the multimodal analysis, following the theoretical framework of Kress and Van Leeuwen. 10 reels have been collected from social media platforms, including Instagram and Facebook. And most of the reels were taken keeping in view the maximum fellowship. Like the followers were 5,000 and plus. So this research seeks to shed light on these complexities and pave the way for a more inclusive and fairer online environment. Next slide, please. Introduction. Next slide. So as I have just explained, that it has become a common practice to use and share these reels in our society, primarily for the purpose of fun and amusement. However, the issue has reached new heights now. And this is something very alarming. This is something very threatening, that affecting a wide range of demographics. Popular social media sites now allow users to anonymously post such content and statements, particularly against a specific gender, that is a woman, that were previously unimaginable in public. So the primary theoretical framework supporting this study is multimodal approach, as I just discussed, proposed by Kress and Van Leeuwen. Next slide, please. I'll talk about the research questions. So we have 2 research questions here in this study. The first one goes on like, what are the major themes in the selected reels? The other one, please, the other slide, research questions. So there are basically 2 research questions. That what are the major themes in this reels portraying gender, and how is gender portrayed in discourses on social media through these 10 selected reels. Thank you very much. Next one, methodology. I'll talk briefly about methodology, that a qualitative design has been employed with 10 reels selected from social media influencers who have maximum views and followers. And the reels have been saved, transcribed, and translated into Urdu as well, and English language for national and international readers. I have already talked about theoretical framework, that it follows the theory of visual grammar, following semiotic model, multimodal discourse analysis basically. And the data have been analyzed on the levels of both verbal and non-verbal cues for an accurate interpretation of results. And the chosen content is based on high viewership rates as well. Okay, coming towards the data now. The data analysis. This is very interesting if you see the picture as well. Here, the wife says, let's play a game. First, I will say 5 good things about you in 10 seconds, and then you should say 5 good things about me. And whoever fails to do so will be slapped. Just upon listening to this, husband presses his cheek in anxiety. And then wife starts off with saying, you're very loving, loyal, responsible, caring, and supportive person. So the husband feels happy about it. And now it was his turn. So the wife says, now it's your turn to praise me or say 5 good things about me. So what does husband do? He carries his face forward and says, maro maro, thappad maro. So what does it show? It shows that he chooses to get slapped, but is not ready to acknowledge and praise his wife. Keeping in mind the time constraints, I'm unable to read it in Urdu, but it's there in front of you if you want to read it. Next slide, please. Yes, this is written like this is interpretation in Urdu, and the next one, reel 2. Next slide. Yes, this one, thank you. So here the husband is sitting in a sad mood, and the wife tries to console him by saying, even the biggest problem on earth can be got rid of just by a snap. And upon snapping her fingers, she herself disappears. What does it show? That the biggest problem in a man's or a husband's life is his own wife. That is again a woman. So we are actually collecting the themes in response to our first research questions. We are getting multiple themes on which female, especially wives, are demeaned actually. And the third one, actually there are 10 reels, but definitely time does not allow. So this would be the last reel that I would explain and discuss over here. Reel 3. The next one, please. Reel 3, please. Yes, exactly. Here are 3 pictures. So actually here the wife finds a picture of a girl on his husband's phone and asks, who's the girl? But the husband, he's sitting very peacefully. He knows how to play around. He knows how to take care of this matter. So he gives out his ATM card. The wife takes the card, but again she says, but I saw her. And he gives more money to her. But she takes the money and again asks, but then the husband gives more money or ATM card or something like the key of the car. So the wife takes everything and now she's happy. She's satisfied. No more questions. So what does it show? That wives are happy when they are given some monetary benefits. Once they're given some money, they're okay with the situation. So coming towards the findings, it would be, I think, third last slide. So the present analysis provides support for the answer to our first research question and highlights the recurring themes of gender stereotypes and exaggeration of female behavior by society. Women are shown having the traits of cruelty, insensitivity, and undesirableness. Sometimes they're shown being oppressive, unwanted, unwelcome, unmotivated, or intellectually inferior, and sometimes being motivated only by monetary benefits. This was the answer to our first research question. Coming towards the second question, involves... Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. So this is the last point I'm going to share, that interestingly, women have indulged themselves. This is something alarming, and this was the finding of the research, that women have indulged themselves into such kind of light-hearted humor and jokes, which is very threatening and alarming in the first place. And this approach has gained popularity as a way to gain not only financial advantages, but also social recognition and popularity. So this thing, like humor can be constructive and productive as well. So why to target a particular gender to make it more share-worthy? That's all from my side. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your insightful analysis, Malika. Your examination of this topic has provided valuable insights into the portrayal of women in the digital sphere. So, dear audience, our last presenter is Ms. Afshan Abbasi from Shah Abdul Latif University. The topic of her presentation is Feminist Literary Critique, Self-Actualization, and Freedom in Khalid Hosseini's A Thousand Splendid Suns. Ms. Afshan Abbasi, over to you.
This is me, Afshan Abbasi. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. I need PPT. If you can please share with me.
We are going to.
Okay.
Okay.
So my research is based on Khalid Hosseini's novel, A Thousand Splendid Suns. Should I start?
Yes, please. Please, you can start.
Okay. Okay, my research is based on Khalid Hosseini's novel, A Thousand Splendid Sun, which is published in 2007. So Khalid Hosseini is basically Afghan-American physician. He is novelist, and he has produced, or he has written mainly few novels. One of them is A Thousand Splendid Sun. So moving toward the analysis or the research that I have done on Khalid Hosseini's novel, that is based on feminism. In Khalid Hosseini's novel, there are female characters which have faced feminism or feminist plight. So it has been explored through the analysis and through the research that how these women are struggling and how and what kind of feminist perspective they have. They have been through that. So please, next slide. Next slide, please. Next, please. Okay. Okay, so Khalid Hosseini, as I have mentioned, is Afghan-American novelist. He has produced wonderful novels, and mainly my research is based on feminism and the framework which I have used is bell hooks theory. Which is based on feminism and the my research objectives are, can you please go toward the research objective slide? Research objectives. Okay, now from that I can explain. Bell Hooks feminism basically is all about that how females are suffering and how and what kind of struggles they are facing. Mostly we know that in Afghanistan, the females are not that much educated, nor they have that much potentials to resist such kind of violence and such kind of gender discrimination which they have faced. In Khalid Hosseini's novel, there are three female characters. One is Nana, second is Mariam, and third is Leila. These three females, they have suffered a lot in Afghanistan, and they have been throughout their life, they have been struggling, they have been resisting, and they have found a kind of a kind of mere puppet that has been played by, or that has been ordered by male in a male dominant society. So there are two things that I have found from this research. One, that what kind of female factors they have, I have found from this research that were based on gender discrimination, oppression, and the third one is patriarchy. As we know that gender discrimination is one of the biggest problem in especially Afghan society, where the dominance has been dominated by male characters, and females are devoid of education, females are divided of health facility, they are divided of such other facilities which are given by other societies in for females. And second, the most important thing that I have found, that what kind of hindrances the female characters have found faced in Khalid Hosseini's novel. The hindrances they have faced are basically, one of the hindrances, marginalization, and the second hindrance they have faced in this novel, that is violence. Either it is sexual violence, either it is physical violence or psychological violence. The third is they are deprived from educational facilities, they are deprived from health facilities. We can see very clearly from this novel that one of the excerpt from this novel has been found that one of the character, she was pregnant, and she has not been given a kind of health facility, though she was suffering from very critical situation, and she was given a kind of do and die situation over there, and she has suffered from that situation without any kind of facility, because she were given a house and a kind of hostage like at the remote area where there were no facility. And even though her husband was very good in finance, though he did not give any kind of facility to that lady that is called Nana. And after that struggling situation, the Nana has been died, and she was also a maid servant. And we know that in our societies, maid are not considered so much of the value. The same depiction has been given by Khalid Hosseini in his novel. The second thing is that after Nana, her daughter Mariam has suffered from the same situation. She was young, and her father married her with a person who was twice of her age. So that kind of suffering she has faced in Kabul, and again her husband was not that much educated. He did not give any kind of Mariam, and she was again struggling from the same situation, the situation that had suffered by her mother. And we have seen that there was the third character, that was Leila, and once the Leila was given the same situation, and she was sister-in-law of one of the characters, and she was given a kind of
Miss Afshan, are you there? Okay. Thank you for emphasizing the importance of diverse voices in literature and advocating for broader acknowledgement of women's agency in fiction representations. Thank you, madam. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to begin with our question answer session. During the presentations of our worthy speakers, we received a number of questions. The first question is for Dr. Tahira Asghar. As a student, how can I assess my progress in oral presentation skills when utilizing YouTube-based learning? And are there any recommended benchmarks or milestones? Dr. Tahira Asgar? Okay. So for our second question is for Professor Dr. Fatima Sayyeda. Keeping advancements in AI in view, are there any concerns or considerations regarding the potential loss of traditional literary analysis? How can we, as the students, balance the use of technology with the critical thinking?
Thank you. Thanks for the question. I think in this question is the answer of this question that we need to balance. Um, I'll explain it with the help of a simple example. For mathematics, we use calculator. So these digital tools may be used as calculators. During the presentation, I was talking about close reading and distant reading. So a student of literature, in my opinion, can always use both of these alternately. For example, we can use the digital tools like Voyant and Conk and Click to find certain word frequencies or the collocates or the concordances. But then we have to do the analysis on our own. So I would say that we should consider it to be an assistance, a kind of a help. You know, we cannot read all these texts in a short time, but if these tools are helping us to identify certain patterns or certain words or keywords, they are helping us to find those. We can use them, and then we can again go back to the close reading. So close reading and distant reading, both of these we can use and balance and find a balance in these two to finally reach an analysis or an appreciation of a literary piece. Thank you.
Thank you very much, madam. With this, we come to the end of our session. And our next session will be moderated by Ms. Amina Haq. Thank you very much. Sorry, I just like to invite Professor Dr. Fatima Sayyeda to conclude this session with her remarks. Thank you, madam.
I didn't want to interrupt. I thought that maybe you people are short of time, but it was really very interesting again. I want to congratulate you for organizing this forum. Though it was a virtual forum, I could see so many questions and, you know, I could not type during the session all of the answers to all of those questions, but I can see that the audience is really very engaging. Very quickly, the first two papers, the one by Dr. Tahira Asgar and the second one by Dr. Abdul Momin, dealt with the AI-powered platforms and the revolution that it has brought, or the kind of help or assistance that it has brought in the field of ELT specifically. So Dr. Tahira Asgar focused on, and I really like this idea of technology as the language of the current age. And everyone has to learn this language if we have to perform in a better way. And also she focused on how the non-verbal oral presentation skills help. And she also thought that maybe we sometimes will reach a time where computers will be able to think like humans, kind of a claim that has been there for such a long time now. So she finally talked about the enhancement of all the four skills that these AI-powered platforms may bring for us all. Then Dr. Abdul Momin talked about the challenges as well as the risks of AI integration in ELT. And I specifically liked the idea of bringing in the challenges also, because most of the times when we are thinking about this, we talk about how useful it is, which is a very good thing. but then we also have to be conscious of the risks that it may bring. And he also talked about it being a controversial field, AI, and again, because of the limitations, which still are there, many of them. And I was happy to know actually through his research that the kind of role that Asia is playing, and how a very good number of scholars from here are working in this field. So the kind of transformation that is being brought here within this field is enormous. Dr. Shiba talked about eco-criticism and literature. I think literature and environment, it's again is an area where many of us are focusing. We are developing, designing courses around this, but bringing in Frost as an eco-critical poet, I think this was really very interesting. She talked about the nature as the other. And then she talked about the juxtaposition between nature and the human construction, the differences as well as the similarities that one can find within the human constructions and conceptions and the nature. The last two presenters, Ms. Malika Zahra and Ms. Afshan Abbasi, both of them are talking about the female representations. So I could feel that there are some strains that are common. So whereas Ms. Zahra focused upon the social media landscape and how discourse analysis of all these social media presences of these different these different people representation in terms of representation, how is it important, and how this digital world becomes all the more inclusive by including all the voices. Ms. Afshan Abbasi talked about the feminist critique, but I think that where she was talking about the feminist plight and the struggle, she was also at the same time talking about the resilience in women. So there is gender discrimination, hindrance, and violence. She talked about the physical violence, the sexual violence, and all the other forms of violence. But at the same time, there is this self-actualization also that she focused upon. And I think it was very relevant and interesting. Again, thanks for all these wonderful presentations and making me a part of this panel, which was really very enjoyable and engaging. Thank you.
Thank you very much, madam, for your insightful feedback. I would like to say thanks to all our worthy speakers. And this is the end of session 2. Thank you very much. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum. I, Amna Haq, welcome you all to the third session of first day of the conference. Our first keynote speaker of the session is Professor Dr. Zia Ahmed. He is a professor and chair of English department at Emerson University, Multan. He is a regular columnist to the print media. His expertise lies in post-colonialism and postmodernism. I invite Dr. Zia Ahmed on the topic Shifting Narratives and Exploration of Contemporary Pakistani Anglophone Fiction. Professor Dr. Zia Ahmed. He's not here, I guess. Is Dr. Zia Ahmed here? Our second speaker is Dr. Arshad Mahmood. He is an assistant professor at Women University of Azad, Jammu and Kashmir, Bagh, Pakistan. His topic is looking into local environment through children's eye, Urdu poetry on Environment Day. Do we have Dr. Ahmed with us? Thank you, Dr. Zia, for joining us. Can you hear us, sir?
Hello and Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum salam. Sir, you can begin with your presentation. Sir, can you hear us?
Oh, yes, I can hear.
Yes, I can hear.
Okay. So I'm on the right place. Is it sure? Can you people hear me? All right. So
Yes,
I
sir,
should,
we do.
okay. So I should begin with it.
Yes, sir.
All right. So first of all, thank you everybody for giving me this invitation. It's very good to speak with you people. And as
Can you go full screen, please?
I can go for screen. Well, okay. I can see the screen. Is there any other issue?
No problem, sir.
Should I go?
Yes, please.
Okay. So as the title is about shifting narratives in Pakistani fiction in English, so I would be talking for the next few minutes on this very topic. First of all, let's talk about the transformative journey that the literature, Pakistani literature, has taken. Like it started in 1940s, where traditional customary ways and means were talked about. Like Ahmad Ali's novel is there, the Twilight in Delhi, there we have a traditional kind of concept raised by him. And that was under the colonial setup where he talked about, all colonial oppression and the people, how they were surviving. Then same was the case with Mumtaz Shah Nawaz's novel, The Heart Divided. So these were the starting points of Pakistani literature, but with the passage of time after 1947, it had a little change. Then in 1970, when Bapsi Sidhwa started her journey, she started to change the landscape from not just India or Pakistan, but also she included America in her writings, as is visible in The American Brat, the novel by her. So in that way, the change started to come, and all this change materialized on the event of 9/11, which changed the not only geographical face of the world, but also that of literature. And that brought multiple changes in it. So that is why this is the journey the Pakistani literature has made. Now we are to see what are the current situations and what are the major factors behind that. Can we go for next slide, please? Next slide, please. So whatever the journeys we have been making, this has made us to reroute colonial or post-colonial literature. There are some of the dynamics which were experienced by the colonial and post-colonial era, like binary opposition of master-slave relationship. That was available in the beginning literatures, but with the passage of time, because of globalization, diaspora, and cultural studies, these boundaries set by the binary opposition started to change, started to become different. And so Said and Spivak came forward to let us know what are the changes which are coming up. They started to feel that this literature is rerouting itself. It is having new change in it, and that is why the shift started to take place in literature, which is being called Pakistani post-colonial literature. There were two dynamics which were there. Number one is the global dialectics, another one associated with humanism. So from just essentialist approaches to post-colonial literature, we, after the event of globalization, after the event of 9/11, the Pakistani writers have started to shift more towards different directions, that directions we shall be exploring here. So next slide, please. This shift has caused the people to think in different ways. For example, when we think of the humanism, we know that the global changes are coming in environment. There are certain disasters, certain other things which have caused all the people to join hands together to fight with the things which go against humanity. For example, the environmental change, for example, the temperature change, for example, this does not differentiate between the master or the slave. It is calling all the humanity to come together and to take share in the efforts and struggles to solve the issue. And that is why new perspectives were entered into Pakistani post-colonial literature. And so Pakistani writers are also a little bit ignoring the indigenous representation and are including more that may be called as the inclusive approach towards literature. And they have started to be more suitable and fit in the contemporary world. That is the change, that is the shift which is happening, which is taking place, which is being recognized in Pakistani fiction in English. Let's go next, please. Next slide, please. And as a result, more of the aspects or variables are visible in Pakistani fiction. That is cultural diversity because of this globalization and new modes of identity that has started to come, and this can be observed in the writings of the new generations of writers. They may be taken after 20th century. These writers are reshaping the literary scene and are talking more about the things which are happening in 21st century, not about the things which are happening past. And their more focus is on a global perspective. And as a result, their audience is also not just Pakistani, but that of the global range is included into that. So as a result, Pakistani fiction has been changing with the passage of time. Let's see more what changes are coming here. Next slide, please. The factors which are influencing these changes are globalization and translationalism and human rights discourse. This basic fact or basic focus of the Pakistani writers, as it has been in the beginning, was on writing back to the empire. But now we are writing back to the global humanism. Instead of going just for traditional or essentialist kind of approach, we are connecting more with the world. We are writing with respect to the problems of the world, and the Pakistani writers are responding to it more actively. And that is why they have introduced many changing dynamics in their literature. That is what the talk is today about. Let's go next, please. Please. And if you look at this situation, we will be able to see that new relationships are developing between the global forces and the local forces. Of course, it was important in the past time also, but now these global forces are looking at the local forces to interact with, and the local forces are looking towards global forces. Both are interacting together. And so we are getting more and more intervention and the development of new forces, new dynamics of Pakistani fiction and literature. And the writers are definitely taking their part. Many things are happening in this world. There is migration, there's displacement, and that is, as a result, new negotiations for the identity are required. And so this very thing is occurring in Pakistani fiction also. Next, please. And if we see what are these changes, 4 changes basically. One is the thematic richness, other is the migration, and after that we have cultural hybridity, and then there could be some other ways also which the writers are introducing. If we think about the themes, for example, it's not just the theme of the local indigenous setup, but the themes are turning towards internationalism, joining hands together with humanity, thinking about the broader perspective of humanity, especially because of the migration issue which has taken place, not because of colonialism, but because of wars, disaster, ecology, all things are taking place. And so the Pakistani writers have taken it as a stance that they must be writing about whole of the humanity rather than just that country which has been colonized. So that is why these issues has become more significant, and the Pakistani writers are delving deep into it at this moment. So the Pakistani writer of the past time was different, and now it has become very different with the new Pakistani writers because they are extending their range from localism to globalism and are addressing the global audience also. Next, please. And in this regard, we have 4 authors that I want to discuss briefly here. First one is Mohsen Hamid. For example, just we look at the text produced by Mohsen Hamid. The latest one is about the last white man. Here, we don't find even a single Pakistani character. We have all white characters from America, and these people go under certain metamorphosis of color and skin. And the problem, however, which is being discussed there, which is being debated upon, is the skin color. That skin color, which used to be very much important in the colonial writings, but now it is the colonial master which is being discussed, that if he suffers the same thing, what would be the result? The kind of people who live in America as diaspora are the not only the white people, but also the brown people, the people who are called Black African Americans, they are also living there. So this problem of racialism, of segregation, that is that of the human beings altogether, global human being altogether, that is being addressed. So one can see that how much Mohsen Hamid has become different from his first novel, Maat Smoke, and the last novel, that is The Last White Man. Same is the case with Shamsi, Kamila Shamsi, the writer, celebrated writer from Pakistan. She has also changed her stance. For example, if we look at the novel Home Fire, we will be able to see that her landscapes are changing constantly from UK to USA, from Turkey to Pakistan. So she includes all these territories in her novels, and the landscape therefore keeps on changing. She's writing on the issues, which is the global issue. It's not just the issue of Pakistan, the people who are suffering at the hands of terrorism, that is the suffering of all the people living in diaspora, in Pakistan, in Arab countries, everywhere. So she's writing in these terms. Same is the case with Uzma Aslam Khan. When we look at her one text, Thinner Than Skin, we are able to see that not only the landscape keeps on changing, but also we have Pakistani representation along with the representation of the people from outside world. Both people have the similar problem, suffering from terrorism, suffering from ecological change that she discusses. And same should be the case with the writer of Red Birds, that he also talks about in his text, not simply one Pakistani landscape, rather it is some unknown territory, most probably it's the Middle East. So he talks about the people of the world who are having interaction now with the American forces, American army, how they are being dealt, what are the changes in their behavior. So that is that novel as well. It's not going to be restricted towards just indigenous representation. It becomes a representation of whole humanity and the suffering of humanity. So that is why I claim that there is the shift in the narratives from just local, just indigenous representations to the international global representations in the novels of these Pakistani writers. Let's go next, please. And so the change definitely has resulted into, next slide, please. It has resulted into many new dimensions of literature of Pakistani writers. They have taken big strides in this regard, and so are next slide, please. Okay. So that is why the diversity of voices has reached in the text written by Pakistani writers. They are more making experiments and changing their narrative styles. They are introducing diverse voices in their literatures. And as a result, literature has become even a powerful tool as compared to the past times. It has represented Pakistani identity, of course, but it's including Pakistani identity with respect to international identity. So we can say that our today's literature is a broader conversation at the global level. And so we can not only showcase richness of Pakistani culture and diversity, but also that of the world. So we have become more world representative in our writing as compared to the local, restricted, limited indigenousness. Next, please. And so thank you very much for watching all this. I can conclude my words by saying that with the passage of time, Pakistani writers have responded more to the international happenings which are taking place, how the human beings are suffering, how Pakistani people suffer because of different situations, and how humanity has come together in order to face all this situation. So thank you for all this. Hopefully it has ended. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for such an informative session, for illuminating the diverse and dynamic narratives that characterize the literary landscape and offering valuable insights into the evolving cultural and artistic expressions of Pakistan in the 21st century. Now, we still don't have Professor Dr. Arshad Mahmood, so we'll move towards our next presenter is Miss Asma Naz from Capital University of Science and Technology, Islamabad, on the topic. Her topic is rhetorical insights into anti-racial dynamics. Dear audience, we now begin with our question and answer session. So during the presentation of our worthy speaker, we have received a number of questions. The first one is...
Thank you so much, Dr. Westman Wasi. My question is to Dr. Zia Ahmed. Dr. Saab, you have very ably traced the origin and evolution of Pakistani Anglophone literature and the emerging trends, and above all, the dynamics of the changes which are being emerged in Pakistani literature. My question is that, there was an observation earlier that the representation that we see in Pakistani Anglophone literature, the indigenous representation, that was not authentic. Do you think that is there any shift that indigenous representation we see more now in the emerging trends in Pakistani literature? Thank you.
Well, I shall say that all post-colonial literatures are 50% indigenous representation, and these are 50% the copy or imitation of the master. So seen in this context, we are up to some extent forced or compelled to gain more audience that we shall be writing as the master would demand. And so with the passage of time, what has happened, that there is a shift from this 50-50%. The writer is now thinking in global terms, and that writer, our Pakistani writer, is playing on a wider field. And as the all other Pakistani, not simply Pakistani, but also other postcolonial writers, they're also thinking in these terms, following these things, and are addressing to the wider audience. So when lots of people would join hands to address the more human and global problems, there can be, or there may be, I don't say 100% authentication would be there. But when we talk of humanity in general, keeping aside all these binaries, all these oppositions, all these classifications, there could be more authentication to that. This is my opinion. The people may be different from me. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Any other question from the participant? Okay, since there is no question, the Honorable Dr.
Well, I lost for a moment. I don't know what was said in between. I was on the second question, possibly.
Professor, Professor Dr. Zia, for your final remarks, if you would like to share. Final
Well, these are
remarks.
remarks about myself. You know? These remarks on myself. How can I give
For the
remarks
session.
on myself?
About,
There was only my speech, and how my dears, how can I talk about myself that it was good or bad? Yes, what I can say is that well, the conference arranged by Dr. Shaban and his faculty. By the way, I know him only, so that's why I'm naming him. All other are respectable and honorable for me. This effort is laudable because the scholarship has to be united. The scholarship has to be in the same way united, and the scholarship needs to talk and think in these terms as the Pakistani writers are also doing. Like we need to address the world now instead of just addressing ourselves. We need to highlight what is with us and what is not with us. The way Pakistani image has been distorted, the way we are dealt with and seen on, or observed at, that way must be changed. And that can change only by collective dialogue that we can hold with with the people in the world. And this effort, this conference of joining the people together, that is going to play a very big role. And I'm really very much thankful to Dr. Shaban that he considered me worthy enough to join this very honorable forum. So thank you, all of you. This is the comment that I can give about myself. I would be very happy if some of you gives the comment on my speech, though I was entangled on the road and there's a big block, so I had to spend a lot of time on road. I was not that concentrated as it should have been. So I would love that I can listen something from Dr. Shaban or any other person.
yes, Dr. Shaban is here.
Thank
He's
you.
going to please.
Well, Dr. Zia, hello, how are you?
I'm pretty fine. And after seeing you, I've become more pretty fine, rather prettier fine.
I'm really grateful for your time today, and I am grateful to the team for organizing this conference. I thoroughly enjoyed your presentation, and I was sitting out there, and I was thinking like you have very well analyzed Pakistani writers of English. Hamid, how he's going to be from local to global, and Munazza Shamsi, and other Pakistani writers. So they have their niche and they have their pivot. And we look forward to hear much more from you in depth about their characterization to represent indigenous culture, indigenous perspectives. So I think since I am not a literary person, I'm from linguistics, so I can speak much and more about literature, and of course I'm not authority on that. So you are authority final figure. But I really enjoyed your presentation, and I was appreciating the way you have analyzed these writers. And please keep it up, and we would love to be in touch with you as always, and we are grateful for your time in this conference. Since our remaining presenters could not join us for some reason, but your presentation was the hallmark of closing of day of ICAL 22.
Shaban, I need to say two things, please, if you have time. The first thing is that this time, really, I wanted to visit Islamabad and your university, and all of a sudden, the conferences turned to virtual. So I'm keeping this opportunity in reserve to see you anytime. I would love to visit Islamabad. That's the first thing. And secondly, of course, you are not claiming to be man of literature, but I would say that you are man of letters, and that can be anyone. And so, Dr. Shaban is a man of letters. The way you are working, your progress in literary field, and the service you are doing to humanity in general, and the education department especially, I really appreciate. And really think that next time you won't put it on virtual. Okay, thank you.
No, we will definitely involve before that conference in Islamabad. We'll sit together and have a dialogue on Pakistani writers of English. Take care of yourself. Have a great day.
Thank you. Thank you very much. बहुत शुक्रिया. Hope to see you again.
Thank you so much, sir. This is the last session of the first day of our conference. So our second day, the first session that will start in the morning at 9 o'clock, inshallah. So far, thank you. And we are wrapping up today's session.
And then bye-bye to everyone. Bye-bye to everyone.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.